With the help of React and Next.js, we are going to build an website analytic application called WebTrack, where user can track their website and performance in real time. This particular application helps us to track visitors, the total page views, the total active time, the average time on their pages, and even a live user. Not only that, but they can track where the referral came from, the country, cities, region, the browser they are using to visit your website, or which operating system or device they are trying to get access for your website. Everything we are going to implement in this particular project. This is a full stack SaaS application which we are going to build it completely from the scratch. Hey there and welcome back to TubeGurji channel. Let me walk through the application first and then we'll talk about all the tech stack which we are going to use to build this application. If you see, we have this beautiful landing screen for our WebTrack application. Simply click on the dashboard or get started. You have to sign in with Google, Facebook or email and password. Once you sign in to our application, you will redirect you to the dashboard page. And currently, if you see, I already have one website which is tracking. Pretty cool, right? Now, you have option to add a new website as well. If you click on it, just enter a domain. And then once you enter the domain, you can select the time zone. You can enable the localhost tracking in development if you are still developing this application, but WebTrack can track all your analytics even though you are on the development mode. Once you click on add a website, you will find this just few line of code which you need to copy it and then paste it in your project. Something like this. If you are using a React, Next.js, HTML, Angular, doesn't matter. Just add this script in your website which you want to track and then you are good to go. Once you added this website script into your project, then WebTrack will start tracking your all the analytics. Now for example, I already added this script inside this codebox.tubegurji.com. If I click on it, you will see a live analytics. How many visitors are there for this particular website, how many total page views, the total active time, the average time, and if user is live or not. From the top, you can easily switch between the website and then you will find a live analytics. You have option to select the date or you can even select the date range as well. It's totally up to you. You have option to select hourly, daily matrix as well. And if you want to reload your analytics, just click on this reload button so that it will reload it. After that, you will find the source where it come from. Like for example, this particular source just tell you where this link user click. So in this case, the direct means it directly open. If you put this link on your YouTube some place, then it will show a YouTube something like this. Even the referral information as well. On the right hand side, you will find a country where it comes from. So there are two users come from the United States, one from the Italy, the cities as well, and the region as well. Everything is tracked by this application. Not only that, but you can even track devices, operating system, browser, and many more. Everything we are going to implement in this project, guys. On the setting, you will see two different options. Here you will find a script. Anytime you can come and update the script. You have option to update the domain, and if you want to delete this project, you can even delete that one. You will learn how we can track all of this information and save it to our database. Now I open this website in a new tab, and if I go over here, refresh it, you will see there is a one live user because I just opened in a new tab, and then it will show you in a real time information. Now, if you want to add more website, you need to join a paid plan, and that's where the billing feature use. As this is a SaaS application, the pricing payment gateway is very important. And we added this payment gateway in just one line of code with the help of clerk billing feature. Here you can simply join a monthly membership, okay, which will give you access to add a multiple website, a 1 million session tracking, and everything we also integrated inside our application. You can manage your billing from their account, and here you will find all of these details. Pretty cool, right? Everything we are going to implement in this particular video. So guys, make sure to try this project. The link is in the description. Now let's talk about the tech stack which we are going to use to build this application. The very first, which is the Next.js, which is the React framework to develop the web application. And if you are new to the Next.js, don't worry, because I'm going to explain everything, each detail and step-by-step way. Also, we are going to use this fast Next.js version 2 boilerplate, which help us to set up our application much faster. For the database, we are going to use a Neon PostgreSQL database, which is free to use and very easy to integrate as well. With the help of Drizzle ORM, we are going to connect our application with this Neon PostgreSQL database. Now, for each step, we are going to create a separate chapter so that we can easily track it, and each chapter code we are going to push it on a GitHub so that our code can review with the help of AI. And that's why we are going to use a Coderabbit to review our code. If you got any bug or there is some code issue, Coderabbit can tell you and add a comment on your PR. And that's how Coderabbit will help us to solve and remove all the bugs from the project. And at the last but not least, we are going to deploy our application on Kuberns, which is an AI deployment platform where you can save up to 80% of your deployment or cloud cost. And that's why Kuberns play very important role. And I'm going to explain from step by step how to set up the Kuberns and how to deploy your application on Kuberns. So you can find all the links in the description. If you are new to this channel, then don't forget to subscribe, press notification bell icon and like this video. Also, if you want to access the source code of this project, you will find it on tubegurji.com. Also, there is a documentation in order to get access many of the workflow of this application along with the code snippet. But if you want to get a working source code, then you will find it on tubegurji.com. Recently, I launched a Kravix Studio, an AI short film generator platform where you can generate a short film by just entering your command, and then Kravix Studio will generate a complete short film with a consistent character, with a different video style and the duration. You will get a perfect and production ready videos. Simply, this video you can upload on YouTube, social media platform, and it's free to start as well. Give a try to my this Kravix Studio startup project and let me know in the comment what you feel about this. If you have any suggestion or any recommendation, you can simply contact us and add your all the suggestion, and definitely I will reply you back with your suggestion ideas. So guys, without doing any further delay, let's begin to develop the website analytic application called WebTrack. In this chapter, we are going to set up our application. Now, simply click the link in the description for this Next.js Boilerplate. This is the fast Next.js version 2. In this particular boilerplate, you will get a latest version of the Next.js along with the landing screen. Then we also had the clerk authentication integrated, so you don't need to integrate manually. It provides a magic link and password authentication along with the Google and Facebook authentication as well. The integrated shared CN UI library, which is based on Tailwindcss. Then for a database, it uses a Neon PostgreSQL database along with the Drizzle ORM. sidebar with a dashboard. The Tailwindcss version 4, so this is the version 4 we are using. Okay, so maybe this UI is not updated, but we are using version 4, and the Stripe subscription page as well. So everything is included inside this boilerplate. So simply click on get it now. Once you click on this one, make sure to add a star, and then once you give the star, simply click on this code. Either you have option to download this zip, or you can clone it using this HTTP URL. Okay, now simply go to the folder where you want to create this project. Right click on this folder, open a terminal at this folder, and then so inside the service I will open. If you are using a Windows, make sure to open a command prompt at the particular folder, and simply here we'll say git clone, and then paste this GitHub URL. And if you see, it's cloned this fast Next.js version 2 repo, which contain a Next.js boilerplate. Now I will go to our folder where we just clone this project, and inside this we can rename this folder, and we can call as web track. Okay, then simply open a VS Code, and inside the VS Code we'll simply click on new window. You can just make sure to open a new window in order to open this project. Click on open, go to the project folder where you just created this project, and here we open this web track project. Here we will say yes, I trust the author. Now inside this project you will see some folders and file, and I'm going to walk through each of this folder so that you will understand what it actually included in this boilerplate. The very first folder, which is the app folder, which contain some of the folders and file. The very first folder, which is the component folder, which contain an application header and the sidebar. So this is a separate component. Okay, now you might see this error because we did not install any dependency yet. Okay, so in order to avoid, simply you need to open a terminal by going to the terminal, click new terminal, or you can simply drag it from the bottom. Here inside this terminal you need to run this command called npm install, and once it is installed, it's ready to use. Now the reason that we need to install the dependency, because we have some all of these packages installed, right? I will go through that in a moment. So in order to work our application, we have to make sure these all packages are installed correctly. Okay, now if I go to this component folder, which contain the application header and the sidebar, okay, which is the default, and it comes with the boilerplate. Then we have auth folder, which contain and sign in and sign up page, which is connected to the clerk authentication. Then we have the routes folder, which contain a basic route, like we have the dashboard route, so that's the reason we have this dashboard folder along with the page.tsx, and dedicated layout file and the provider file for this dashboard layout. Okay, after that we have the API folder, and inside this API folder we have an API endpoint called users. Okay, and inside that this user API actually help us to create or save a new user which is login to our application, and that user information is directly getting saved to our database. Next we have the global.css file, which is a CSS applied throughout the application. We can keep it inside the global.css file. Also we are using a shared CN, so all the CSS related to the shared CN is also inside the global CSS file. Then we have the root layout file, which contain fonts, the start of your application. This is the heart of your application, where your all the pages are going to render through these children. Obviously currently this particular all the children or pages is inside the clerk provider. That's because we authenticate our application, right, with the help of clerk authentication. So that's the reason it's wrapped inside the clerk provider. Then we have HTML body tag, and then the provider. Now this provider basically we are using so that we can keep our logic on the client side, and we'll keep the layout.tsx file on the server side. Then we have the default page, which is the page.tsx application. Now this is the landing screen. Obviously you have you can easily customize this landing screen according to your need. Okay. After that we have components folder, which contain a shared CN related components, and obviously you have complete customization option, so you can customize whichever component you want. Then we have config folder, which contain the configuration related to a drizzle. So here if you see, it's connected to a Neon database connection, so you just need to add a connection string that we'll do in a moment. Then we have schema file, which contain a table structure of your database. Okay, so currently we have the user table, and then that user table has these particular columns. We are using a Neon PostgreSQL database, and I'm going to tell you how to set up that one as well in a moment. Then we have some basic hook, we can just ignore it for now. We have lib folder, obviously, which is related to the shared CN, so you don't need to touch this. Then once we install an npm packages using this npm install command, it created a node module folder, and which basically contain all the packages, libraries and data. Okay, so obviously we are not going to touch this folder at any time. Then we have the public folder, which contain all the images, assets or fonts which we want to use it from your local app, so you can just keep it inside this public folder. Then we have this .env.example file. Okay, obviously these are the some of the keys or API key, you can say, or connection string that we need to add it inside our application. So basically this is just an example file, but you can simply create a .env file, and inside this .env simply copy all of these environment variables, and here you just need to provide the value for it. Okay, we'll do it in a moment. First we'll explain the remaining files. Then we have component.json, which contain a shared CN related configuration, like what are the theme, what is the base color, the aliases, everything. Then we have drizzle.config.ts file, which contain again a configuration related to a drizzle ORM. Obviously this ORM is very helpful in order to connect your application with the PostgreSQL database. And if you don't know how to write a query, then drizzle ORM is the best option. Then we have middleware.tsx file, which contain a logic to protect your pages from unauthorized user. So here if you see, we provided the public route, which are the public route, okay, which anyone can access, and the route which is not mentioned under this public route, which is an protected route. Okay, so you need to have authentication in order to access other routes which is not mentioned under this public route section. Then we have next.config.ts file, which contain a configuration related to the Next.js application. Then we have package.json, which contain the name, version of our application, the script to run, to build or to test our application, and the dependency along with their version. Okay, also we have some dev dependency as well, and in this project we are using a Tailwindcss version 4. We are also using a TypeScript version 5. Okay, so for each variables, obviously we are going to provide a type for it. And the last we have tsconfig, which is contain a TypeScript related configuration. Now coming back to this .env file, obviously first thing we need a neondb connection string. Now in order to get this neondb connection string, just click the link in the description, and then it will jump onto this Neon website and documentation. The link is in the description, make sure to click on it. And here once you jump on this neon.com, over here you will find all the features. Obviously this is the PostgreSQL database provider, which is quite popular, and many developers in IT industries, many companies using this Neon. In many of my project, I'm also using this Neon PostgreSQL database. The most and interesting part is free to use, and you can scale it, depends on your project size as well. So simply log into your Neon database here. If you don't have project created, make sure to create a new project. Now in my case it's already there, so I will select the one. Now once you jump onto this dashboard, you will see the compute, the storage, all the details. Okay, but in order to connect create a new table, simply click on this connect button. Inside this connect button, the pop-up will appear, and then you have option to create a new database. Just click on it, give the database name. So here we'll say web track, then you can select the owner account and simply click create. Now it will give you that option like PSSQL, connection string, and many others. Obviously we need a connection string, so I will select the connection string, copy this string as it is, go back to your .env file and then paste it over here and then save it. That's how we got the NeonDB connection string. Okay, now the next part is to create a clerk publisher key and the secret key. Now simply click the link in the description for the clerk. I already kept the link in the description. Once you jump onto this clerk page or clerk documentation page, simply go to the dashboard. Now we are using a clerk. That's because clerk provide a lot of different feature like a multi-factor authentication, a fraud and abuse prevention, session management, email, SMS one-time passcode, magic link, and many social sign-on. With this boilerplate, this clerk is already integrated. Along with that, Clerk recently launched a subscription billing model feature where you can easily integrate a pricing subscription gateway in just one click, and that also I'm going to show you how to do it. Now go to the dashboard. Onto this dashboard, if you don't have an application created, create a new application. Now I already have many applications, but for this project I'm going to create a new application. Give the application name. On the right hand side you will see an actual preview how it's gonna look. Right now, if you want to enable Facebook, you can simply enable Facebook, and you can enable username, password, phone number, Apple, and many other things. Once you selected, simply click on create application, and once the application is created, over here you will find an installation step for the Next.js. Now you don't need to worry about that because with our Next.js boilerplate, it's already integrated. You just need these API keys, which is the publisher key and the secret key. Simply copy that, go back to your project, and I'm gonna simply paste it here. Now we have the publisher key and the secret key as well. You can go to this overview page or user page, organization page, or configuration to make changes according to your requirements. Okay, anytime you can go to this API key in order to find this API key. Okay, so this is how you need to add a clerk, publisher key, and the secret key into our application. Now it's time to run our application. So simply go to the terminal, click new terminal, and inside this type a command npm run dev. Now once you open this localhost 3000, you will see a beautiful landing screen. Obviously we are going to modify that in a moment, but if I click on this get started button, it asks me to sign in first because I'm trying to access a dashboard, right? And dashboard is protected, and that's the reason it open up a sign in and sign up page. Here if you see, we have this sign in to web tracker as a text, and whichever option we selected like Facebook, Google authentication along with the email and password, it's showing up on the screen. How cool, right? Now going back to this Neon, over here you will find a Neon table section on the sidebar, and then simply make sure to select your database, which is a web track, and currently we don't have any table created. That's because we did not push the schema to the Neon database. Okay, so if I go to this config where we have this schema, right now it is very important to push this schema to the table. So inside the new terminal, just type a command npx drizzle kit space push, okay, and click enter, which will push these changes, and now it's saying changes are applied. Now if I go back and simply refresh this, you will see a new table called users, and inside that we have ID, name, and the email as a column, right? But anytime if you want to add more column, you can simply add the column name, and that's how you have to push your table to the PostgreSQL database using a Drizzle ORM. Now, if you want to run this database studio locally, you can also do that. So you don't need to go to the Neon dashboard every time, and that's quite easy. Drizzle ORM also provide a local studio. In order to run it, simply type command npx drizzle kit studio. Okay, and then if you see, it's your Drizzle Studio is running locally. Just click on it, and then it will open inside your browser with your table and all the option, like you can run SQL query, a Drizzle query, as well as a database studio with all the structure as well. Pretty cool, right? And that's how now you are running the Drizzle Studio locally, so you don't need to go every time to the Neon dashboard. But it is very important to track your all the usage, optimize your query, and track all of these database connections, like how much compute time you use, how much storage you did, everything you will find on this Neon dashboard. And the most important thing, as I say, is free to use. Now let's log in to our application and let's see whether we are able to save the user information or not, because that logic is already written. So I will select the Google account, select the account, and once you select this account, let's go to the continue, and then it will navigate you to the dashboard page. See, okay, obviously we are not going to use this dashboard page, and not we are also not using a sidebar, so we are going to get rid of it in a moment. But once you sign in successfully, I will go to these users, and then you will see a new user get added along with their name and the email as well. Okay, so that's how you have to set up your project. Now the logic related to inserting a new record, you can go to this provider.tsx, and inside that is checking whether obviously it's calling the user API endpoint, and inside this user API endpoint it's checking if user is already exist, then you don't need to do anything. But if user is a new user, then we are just inserting a new record. This boilerplate includes everything which you need in order to start this project. Now, before moving to the next chapter, obviously we need to clean up our project little bit. We don't need this dashboard, we also don't need this sidebar. So simply I'm going to go to this routes folder, and simply we are going to delete this routes folder for now. Okay, so we'll say move to trash, and inside the component we don't need a sidebar, so make sure to delete this sidebar file as well. And now if I go to the dashboard, obviously it's saying 404 because we don't have page. Now we just have the landing screen. Now in order to change this title, simply go to the eraser dock, and I'm gonna copy this title. So we'll simply go to this page.tsx, which is the default page, okay, or landing screen, and inside this, if you see this text, we're gonna change it. So we'll say know your visitors, and then another inside this another tag will say grow your business, and if I save it, this is how it looks like. Also we have this subtitles, so we'll copy that too, and then we'll paste it here and save it. Perfect, right? Obviously you can make more modification on into this hero section. I will keep this as it is for now, but later on at the end of this tutorial I'm going to show you the complete landing screen once we build this application. As I mentioned earlier, this course is divided into a small chapter, so it will be easy for you to track and build this complete project. Now we are on the chapter 2, where we are going to push our code to the GitHub by creating a new GitHub repo. The reason of creating this GitHub repo at the start because we are going to push our code chapter wise. So when you are developing such a big application, it will be easy to maintain our code, and even though you can go back, make the changes on a specific chapter. And then we are going to use a Coderabbit in order to review our code. Whenever we push our code to the branch based on the chapter, we are going to create a pull request, and this Coderabbit.ai going to review our code. If there is any bug or missing any code standard, Coderabbit will inform us and add a comment to our code snippet. And that's how you can make a modification and write a standard and clean code. And that's the reason we are going to use a Coderabbit. Coderabbit is a platform to review your code with the help of AI. It's free to use, and you need to connect your report to the Coderabbit, and then Coderabbit will take care of everything. You don't need to do anything. As soon as you create a new pull request inside the GitHub, Coderabbit will start reviewing your code. And I'm going to show you how it actually works. So simply click the link in the description. We'll jump onto this Coderabbit. Then simply log in. Make sure to connect your GitHub or GitLab account, depends on where you are creating your repo and pushing your code. Once you connect it to the GitHub account, then it will redirect you to the Coderabbit dashboard. Onto this dashboard, you will see a repository section, a dashboard section where you can see all your analytics. Inside the integration section, with the help of MCP server, you can directly connect a third-party tool like Notion, Linear, GitHub Copilot, and many more, which very helpful for the documentation, whatever the code you create, and Coderabbit will do everything for you. Then under the report section, you will see the report of your code review, and there are many other options which you can explore. Now currently, simply go to the repo, and here you need to add your repository on which you want to add a Coderabbit. Now very first thing, we need to create a new repo. So I will head to this github.com. If you don't have an account, make sure to create a new account. Then here you can simply click on this new repo, give the repo name. So here we'll say WebTrack app, I will say WebTrack only. Then you can give the visibility, you can change it to public or private, it doesn't matter, and simply click create repo. Now let's go back to VS Code, and inside the new terminal we need to initialize the Git first. Once you initialize this Git, we have to remove the remote origin. So simply type command git remote remove origin, click enter, and then we have to set our new origin of the repo which we just created. Okay, once you set this repo, obviously you can stage all of this file by clicking this plus sign. Then you can give the commit message and then say commit. Once you commit it, make sure to publish your branch, and then once you publish, just refresh the screen, and then you will see just now whatever the code we pushed, it's now available into your GitHub repo. Now you push this very first time, and that's the reason you push it on your main branch. But now let's create a new branch, and we are going to use a branch to push our code. So simply I'm going to create a new branch by clicking this plus sign, then go to this branch and say create branch. Give the branch name. So here we'll say chapter 1 and 2 project setup and Coderabbit setup. Okay, and then click enter. Once you created this branch, it automatically check out, and you can see your current branch at the bottom of this VS Code. Now with whatever the changes you are making, you will find over here. For example, over here we'll say landing screen. Okay, and then save it. Now this is a simple commit message we added to this page. So let's add these changes, give the commit message. Here we'll say chapter 1 and chapter 2 and then say commit. Okay, and then you have to publish your branch. Once you publish your branch, you will get an option to create a pull request, or you can create the pull request from here as well. But we have to make sure before that our GitHub is connected to the Coderabbit. Now I will head back to the Coderabbit, and here you can add your repo. Obviously I added the multi-factor authentication, so I will just sign in, and then you will find this message. Here we'll say all repo. You can select this any option, you can select the particular repo as well. So for example, in this case we'll say web track and then click save. Once you click save, it will come back to the Coderabbit again, and then now you will see your repo is now connected to this Coderabbit. Okay, perfect. Now I will head back to this GitHub again. You can even refresh this web track and repo and simply click compare and create a pull request. Here you will see a title, you can even add a description, and then I will say create a pull request. Below that you will see all the changes which you make from the previous version of your code. Once you click on this create pull request, then you start creating it, and then you will see Coderabbit is now started reviewing your code. Once Coderabbit review our code, it will add a proper comment on your project. If you see, it started adding a comment, it start building our project or start reviewing our code, and if you find something not correct or the code standard is not correct, then it will comment on your code as well. Coderabbit will not just reviewing your code, but it will also add a documentation for your code. Whatever the code you push, it added a proper documentation. So anytime when you come back to your project or share your project with your colleague or friends, they can easily understand by the Coderabbit comment as well on your code. And if you see, you will see it will add the changes with the proper summary and everything. Once that is done, everything is good, you can simply merge this pull request. Make sure to merge this pull request at every chapter, okay, at the end of every chapter, so that it will merge to the main branch. Okay, now once you merge it, you will find your code inside this main branch. Okay, now from next time whenever you create a new branch, you have all the changes which we make previously. So that's how easily you can set up a Coderabbit. Now in this third chapter, we are going to create a new route for the dashboard. Then we are going to create a dashboard layout, and on this dashboard layout we are going to add an empty state. When user come to a very first time, obviously user don't have any website added, so we are going to use and show an empty state layout. And at the end, we are going to push our code to the GitHub in order to review it with the Coderabbit. So let's go back to our application inside the VS Code. Very first thing I wanted to tell you that we need a two popular VS Code extension. So go to the extension and just search for this React Redux React Native Snippet tool. Okay, so make sure to install this one, and there is another one which is a Tailwindcss IntelliSense. So make sure to install that one as well, which help us to write a Tailwindcss classes much faster. Now, in order to create a new route, simply we'll go to this app folder, and inside the app folder we are going to create a new route folders. So we'll say routes, and inside the routes folder we are going to create a dashboard as a new route. Okay, now inside this dashboard we'll create a dedicated layout and the provider for this dashboard layout. So we'll create a layout.ts file, add a default template. Now if I type RFC, which stand for the React Functional Export Component, and click enter, it automatically added this basic template, and that is possible because of this VS Code extension which we added. Over here I will rename this to dashboard layout. Now if you see we are getting this error, that's because we use a TS, so make sure to change this to a TSX. Okay, and then save it. Same thing, I'm going to add another file called provider.tsx. We'll add a default template and I will rename this to dashboard provider and then save it. And the last, obviously, the default file we want to add, which is a page.tsx file for this dashboard, and I will name it as a dashboard and then save it. Now obviously for this layout we need to accept the children, so just say children with this React node type, and for this provider as well, obviously we are going to accept the children of this React node type. Okay, now let's use this dashboard provider, and inside the dashboard provider we are going to render these children, so it will accept inside this dashboard provider and then simply render over here and then save it. Now if I go back to our application over here, if I go to this slash dashboard, you will see a text dashboard. It means our dashboard page is now rendering through this dashboard layout and the provider. Okay, so this is very first thing. So we successfully created a dashboard route. Okay, so I will just mark this as a completed. Now we want to create a dashboard layout. Obviously this is the empty state we want to create. So if I go over here, if you see, this is just a mock-up. At the top we want to show an application header. Obviously we have some space or a padding from the left and right, and depends on the screen size, obviously we need to give the padding. Then the text called your website, the button in order to add a new website, and this is just an empty state. Okay, so let's go back and let's add an header first. So under this underscore component we already have the application header. You can simply change the logo name or logo as well. It's up to you how you want to modify. And inside this div we already have this user button. Okay, so if I go to this home screen or the landing screen, you will see this home button. If I click on this, you will see an option to manage your account and everything. Obviously clerk is already added this component, so by just importing this one line of code, this particular component get added directly, so you don't need to add your own UI. Clerk is already taking care of it. Okay, so that's how easy it is. Now we are going to use this app header inside this dashboard layout. So obviously we'll keep everything inside the provider. So over here I will say app header, and once I add this app header, now if I go to the dashboard, over here it's saying the attempt to call use user, but this need to be on server side, so we need to mark this component on the client side, and then boom, if you see we have this beautiful header as well. Now let's give some padding throughout the dashboard. So over here we need to add a class name with the padding x to 10. Then on the medium screen we'll give padding x to 28. On large screen we'll give padding x to let's say 36, and for extra large we'll give padding x to 48. And this is how now it look like. So we have the dedicated padding, and depends on the screen size the padding will change. Okay, because this is the completely responsive design that we are going to make. Once you have the application header, it means this particular section is now ready. Now let's implement the second part. So simply go to this dashboard page. Over here I will add an h2 tag, and let's wrap this inside the div first, and then here we'll say my website, and then we'll also add a button. Now this button component I'm importing from the shared CN. Obviously inside this component UI button we have that file, and here we'll say plus website. For this h2 I will add a font bold text Excel, and then save it. Now if I go over here you will see this text and the button. Let's bring everything in one line, so we'll say flex justify between, and then item to be in the center, something like this. I'm going to add some margin top. Okay, and that's how it look like. Beautiful, right? Now currently if you see our component theme color is little bit a black color, which we selected when we initialize the shared scene, but you can update this primary color throughout the shared scene component. That is possible. Simply, you need to go to this global CSS file. Inside the global CSS, under the root, search for the primary. Obviously, here you will see all the different color code. Right now, you just want to update the primary color, and if you see this file format, if you don't know what is this file format, don't worry. Simply, I will head to this oklch.com, where you can simply put an hex code whichever you want to use. So in my case, I already have the color code which I want to use. So I will copy this color code, simply paste it. Oops, sorry. I will just copy that and then I will paste it here. Oh, I don't know why it's not get pasted. And then if you see, it automatically generates this oklch format code. Simply copy that and then replace it with the one which you copied and then save it. Once you save, it automatically change this primary color to color which we selected. Okay, so that's how easy it is. So same way you can also do it. So that's how our button is now also ready. Now simply add an empty state. So below this div, I will create an empty div. Obviously here we'll say empty state. Now let's define a state called website list, comma set website list is equal to use state. Currently we don't have type, okay, and it's empty. Obviously later on we'll give the type, but now I will say website list dot length if is equal to 0. I will add a question mark and then we'll add a div over here. Otherwise we'll add and we will display the website list. Okay, now whenever the website list is not there, means user don't have any website, then I'm going to add an image tag, and here we are going to add some image similar to this one. Okay, now in order to get these kind of icons and logos, right, you can simply go to this flaticon.com, where you will find a free images and icons. Okay, so whichever icon you would like, you can just use it. For in this case, if I want to use this one, simply I will download in the form of PNG. It's free to use, and once you download it, you can simply copy this image, go back to your VS Code, and inside the public folder I will paste it here. You can rename this, so I will rename this to website.png, and now you can simply refer over here. So we'll say /website. You don't need to give a complete path, okay, but make sure to provide a complete file name. In alt tag I will say website, width let's say 100 and height 200. Now if I go back, okay, here we use the use state. It means we need to mark this component on the client side. Okay, and if you see, we have this empty state. Perfect. Oh sorry, the image. Now inside the h2 tag, here we'll simply say you don't have any website added for tracking, and then we'll add a button. We'll say website to add a new website. Okay, and this is how it look like. So obviously let's give some styling. So for this div, we'll make it flex column, justify center and item to be in the center with a gap to let's say 4. Then we are going to add a padding to let's say padding to 8 with a border 2, and I want to add a dash border. So border style adds a dash. Okay, and this is how it look like. See, perfect. Now let's add a rounded corner and we'll give margin top to 5, and this is how beautiful our empty state is now looking. That's how easily you can add this empty state. We did not add any logic yet, it's just an UI and layout that we added for the first time user. And that's how we created this dashboard layout, and then we also added this empty state. Now it's time to push our code to the GitHub. So in order to push this code which we implemented in chapter 3, we need to create a new branch. So I will click on these three dots, go to the branch, create a branch, and then we'll say a three dot, which is chapter 3, and then we'll say a dashboard layout with empty state. Okay, click enter. Here we will find it's get checked out correctly, then stage all the files and then give the commit message. And then say commit. Once you commit, make sure to publish your branch, then go to the GitHub account and then go to your repo. Over here you will find a compare and pull request button. Click on it. You will see your title. You can add a description and simply create the pull request. Once you created the pull request, Coderabbit will start reviewing your code. Wait to finish it. If Coderabbit suggested some changes or added any comment for the error, then make sure to fix it before going forward, and then at the last make sure to merge your pull request. Now in this chapter we are going to understand the workflow, how we are going to implement this website analytic application and what are the steps which we are going to take. Then also we are going to add a new website UI section where user can add the new website in order to track it, and then we are going to save the website information to our database. At the end we are going to push our code to the GitHub in order to review with the Coderabbit. Now let me explain this workflow first. When user add a new website, it will generate a script. That script user need to add in his website, okay, inside the head tag. So if you see, we have this script. Inside this script we have the website ID, obviously, which we are going to generate once user added the website, the domain, nothing but the website URL, and the source. This is the main file which we are going to implement, okay, which help us to track all the information. Obviously we are not going to expose anything except this particular script. After that, any user or visitor visit to our website, then we are going to track it and then we are going to save that information to our database. When we track the information, you might have question what kind of information. Now in order to track any of this info, we need a visitor state, country, region, city where the user is trying to access it. Then the operating system, like is it a Mac, Windows, iOS or Android, the device type as well, whether user is open your website on a desktop or mobile, along with the browser type, whether it's a Chrome, Edge, Safari or Microfox or any others, Firefox. Then the referral, where the URL is coming from. If you post your URL on the Facebook and user click on your website link, then we'll get to know, okay, that URL or user search your website on the Facebook platform or Google platform or Instagram, like that. The UTM source, which is the source, or obviously you can pass whatever the information to the URL and we can track that through these UTM sources. The entry time, when user saw your website, right, that time, and when user close the website, that exit time. So we can calculate how much time user spend on your website. All of this information we are going to track and then we are going to save it to our database so that later on we can simply show it to the user, and then inside the graph format we are going to display. Now talking about this script, right, this particular analytics.js file we are going to host on our application, okay, and that analytics.js will help us to get all of this data, okay. Obviously we are going to create an API endpoint to save it to our database later on. Now you might think complication, okay, but this is the easiest workflow that I built it for you. But right now don't worry if you don't understand anything, because I'm going to implement that step by step way. Now very first thing that we want to add is the add website section. So I already created this mockup. When user click on this add website, Then we are going to navigate to the new screen called /new. Okay, so from the dashboard, so this will be like dashboard/new, and on the click on the new route, obviously we are going to add this form where user will enter the domain name. It will select the time zone, and then it will also enable whether you want to enable for the localhost tracking for the development if user is developing his website. But this basic information user need to provide. On the click of add website, we are going to save website information to our database, and then it will generate a website ID. That website ID we're gonna pass to the script, and obviously we'll give the code or a script snippet to the user, which user simply copy it and paste it inside his website, okay, inside the head tag. As simple as that, and that's done. User just need to copy that script and paste it, and rest our application will take care of tracking and everything. Okay, so this is the complete workflow of our application. Now let's start implementing it. So first thing, we need to create a new route. So I will go back to our application. Inside this, we'll create a new route under the dashboard folder, and we'll simply say new. Inside this new, we'll say page.tsx. I will add a default template, and I will rename this as add website, and then save it. After that, from our dashboard page.tsx, where we have the add website button, where obviously we need to make sure it will navigate to that particular page. So I will use a link tag hrefs, and here we'll say dashboard/new. Okay, and make sure to wrap your button inside this link and then save it. Same thing we have to implement for this button as well, where we have this empty state, and save it. Now if I go back to our application, and I will just make sure to refresh everything and click on this plus website, if you see, it's navigate to this add website page. Now let's go to this add website page, and over here we are going to add a div. Now for this div, we'll add a class name with a maximum width of large. Then we'll make it flex with a flex column, item to be in the center, and we'll mark width as a full. Obviously once we mark width as a full, but it will extend up to a large size. Okay, then for this div, we have to make sure it is in the center of the screen. So we'll say flex, item to be in the center, width to be full, justify in center, and margin top to 10, and then save it. Now here I'm going to add a button to go back on the dashboard. So we'll say button, and here we'll add it as a dashboard. I will also add arrow left icon, and for this button I'm going to add a variant as outline. Okay, and then save it. Let's go back, and if you see, this is how the dashboard will look like. Here instead of item center, I will say item start, so it will be on the left side. Over here this need to be a maximum. Okay, so maximum bit large, and now it's aligned perfectly. Next thing, we want two different cards, and we want to use a same route. So basically I'm going to create a new component inside this component folder. So we'll create a new folder called components under the new folder, and all the components related to this add website page will keep inside this component folder. Here we'll create a website form.tsx, and then we'll add a new template. Now this website form, let's add over here. So let's add a div, and inside that we'll say website form, and then save it. Okay, now for this div, we'll add a class name, margin top to 10. Let's add a width to full as well. Now let's go to this website form, and very first thing we need to do is to add a card. Okay, so because we are using a card over here, so we'll simply say card. Okay, obviously we are using a ShatCN card. Inside the card, we'll add a card header, and then we'll add a card title as well. Inside this, we'll say add a new website. Let's save this one. If I go back, this is how it look like. Also, for after this card header, we'll add a line, the separator line. So make sure to import from this ShareCN. And if you go back to our mockup, you will see this line. Okay, so that's the reason we added this line, which is the separator line. Let's save this one. Make sure it's printing. Okay, so it's printing, but obviously we need some content so that it will be visible. So let's add a card content. Okay, so for this card content, we are going to wrap inside the form. So we'll say form with a class name as a, let's keep it class name as it is for now. And then on submit of this one, you can simply emit the event, and then we'll call on form submit method. Okay, so we are driving through this form. Over here we'll say constant on submit with e as any and the arrow function. Obviously make sure to prevent default, so it will not refresh once user click on submit button. Now next thing, inside the form we need to add some input. Okay, so if I go to the ShareCN, now inside the ShareCN we have a component called input group, and inside this input group, if you see, we have the icon and option to enter the value. So you can take this example as it is, copy it and go back to your application. Inside the form, simply paste it here. Now make sure to import this import statements. So basically you have to add all of this import, and I will paste it here. Perfect. Here we have search icon. Instead of that, I will use the globe icon maybe from the Lucid React. And for the placeholder, I will say my website.com, where you need to enter the website. Okay, you don't need to add this group add-on, so I will remove that, save it. And if I go back, we got an error because we are using a form with the on submit. We have to make sure this component is rendering on the client side, and then we have this my website section. Okay, perfect. Next thing, we also want to give a label. So over here I will add a label, and here we'll say a domain. I will add a class name with a margin, not margin but text to smaller, and for this from we'll give margin top to, let's say, 5, something like this. See, also along with this globe right icon, I'm going to add a span tag, and it will say https // okay, so this is the default thing we can simply pass, so user can simply enter his website name. Next thing, we want to add a time zone. Now obviously you can use a time zone. You need to some JSON data in order to get this time zone, but the interesting thing is, if you go to the ShareCN and find a component called select. Now inside the select component, we want this drop down where user can select the time zone. But if you scroll down inside this example, we have this time zone. See, okay, so you can simply use this example as it is in order to use a time zone. So I will import that select component first, and then you can simply copy this select along with the data, and then I'm going to paste it here. But before that, I will make sure I will add a div with a margin top, and then add a label as well. So here we'll say time zone. For this label, we'll give a class name with a text smaller, and then we'll paste our drop down and then save it. Now if I go back, you will see this drop down. You can mark this width as a full. So for this select, over here we have this select trigger. You can simply change this width to full. Okay, so this is how our two fields are now ready. The third field which actually help us to enable the local development tracking, right? When user is developing locally, he can even track that by entering this script. So we want to add a checkbox for that. So over here, I will add a div with a class name margin top to 5, and then we'll add a checkbox from the shared CN only, and then inside this I will write span tag enable local host. Let me copy this same message which I have localhost tracking in development, and then save it. Now for this we'll add it as a flex gap to 2, item to be in the center, and if I go over here you will see this option as well. Beautiful, right? And the next we need to add a button. So I think we need to put over here this div, and then we have button. For the button we'll simply say add a website. So just refer the mockup, and here we'll say add website. Okay, you can add a plus icon, so it will visually be nice. And for this button I will add a class name margin top to 5, width to full. Now between this space, right, instead of giving 5 I will give to 3, and here as well I will give as a 3. Perfect. Okay, and now once user click on add website, obviously we need to make sure it will save to our database. Now as you know that currently we only have one table into our database. Now it's time to create a new table in order to save the user created or added website. So we'll go back and simply navigate to this config folder where we have schema.ts file. Now in order to add a new website, right, here we'll say export constant website table is equal to pg table, and then we'll say websites. Then inside this website you can add whatever the column you want to add. So the first column, which is integer column, which is an auto increment. Okay, then after that you need to add a website id. Okay, now this website id is of varchar, okay, with a length you can give, and we have to make sure it's a not null and it's a unique. Then we want to add a domain. Domain is of type varchar, make sure not null and it's a unique. Then the time zone we want to add, so time zone again with a varchar and it's not null. Then enable local host tracking. Okay, that is also very important. So here we'll say enable localhost tracking with an integer, or here you can just make this as a boolean, as a true and false. Okay, so make sure to import that correctly, and you can even pass default value as a false. After that, it is very important to add a user email who added this particular website. So we'll say user email, and then it is of type varchar, and make sure it's not null. Okay, now once you added all of this field, simply save this one and then push your changes. So I will go to this, I will stop the studio first, okay, because right now our studio is running, and then I will run a command drizzle kit push. Now this push command will update your database with a new changes which we just make. Once you update, again you can run the studio and refresh the studio in order to see your changes, and you will see a new table get added called website, and here you will find all the column. Now if you want to make any changes or you want to add or remove any column, you can just do it and then make sure to push your changes so that it will update your database. Okay, that's how easy it is with the help of Drizzle ORM and the Neon PostgreSQL. Now once your website table is ready, obviously we need to create an API endpoint. That API endpoint helps us to insert the record into our database. So inside this API, I will create a new endpoint called website. So just create a new folder, and inside that we'll create a route.tsx file. Inside that we'll say export async function post request. Okay, so here we'll say request with a request, or this need to be a next request because we are using Next.js, and then inside the post we need to accept some value. So first we'll say website ID. Okay, now this website ID you can either generate on the client side or you can even generate on the server side. Then you can pass a domain, the time zone, and then enable localhost tracking. Okay, here you don't need to pass a user email, and make sure you are getting it from the request.json. So from the body of your post request you will get all of this information. Now next thing, you need to insert that into a database. So we'll say constant result is equal to await. Here we'll say db, make sure to import that, then insert, and then we'll give website table. Okay, so you can just pass this, and then we'll say values. Now inside this we need to pass all of these parameters, so like domain, then we have website id as a website id, then the time zone, and then enable localhost tracking. Now we also want to pass a user email. Now on the server side or on the API side you can get the user information very easily. Here you can say constant user is equal to await current user. Now this current user you can use it from the clerk Next.js server. Okay, so you'll get the user information and you can access using this primary email address dot email address, and make sure you can pass it as a string. Now once all of this value you pass successfully, obviously once you execute this API request it will save it. Then you can return the result, and then from this API endpoint you can say next response.json, and then you can get the result. As simple as that. And that's how our API endpoint is now ready. Now let's head back to this website form component, and inside that website form component you can get all of this value. Okay, but before that we need to add some validation. So for this input group, right over here we'll mark this as a required. Same thing for this select as well, you can mark this as a required field. And time zone I think we don't need anything, so we'll keep as it is. Now if I go back to our app and try to add a website, let me refresh this. So if you see, it's saying please fill out this field. Okay, because obviously that is a required field. Now if I fill out this and then click add website, it also asking me, okay, let's select this, and now we don't get any error. Now along with this one we have to make sure the domain which we entered is a proper URL. So I'll provide a type as a URL. Okay, now here I'm going to define some states. So we'll say constant domain comma set domain is equal to use state. Okay, and it's just string, then the time zone, and then whether the localhost tracking is enabled or not. So these three fields I added as a use state. Then on the input group over here we'll say on change, obviously which will emit the event, and then we'll set the domain as e.target.value, but we have to make sure it automatically add the HTTPS. So we'll say HTTPS plus and this value. Okay, as simple as that. Let's save this one. Next we have this select. So on that one as well we'll say on value change, which will emit the value, and then we'll set a time zone with the selected value, whether it's the EST, CST or like that. Next for the checkbox we'll say on check, I think it's called on check change, so which will emit the value, and then we'll set the enable localhost tracking with the value. If user selected checkbox, then it will be a true, otherwise it will be false. A type, I will say a boolean, and then save it. Now over here, if I go to this inspect panel, go to the console, obviously we are not printing any out yet, so maybe we can simply add a console.log with a domain, then time zone and enable tracking. Okay, so let's add a website. So here we'll say TubeGuruji. So select the time zone and then enable and add a website. And if you see, it's saying please enter a valid URL because I did not added the extension, right? So basically it again asking me to enter. That's because we set the HTTPS, but it's not providing to this input group. So basically let's not add this over here. Okay, right now we'll keep just as it is, and here I will change the type text. Okay, and here as well I will put this HTTPS only. Perfect, and then save it. Now if I go back, let's clean everything, and I will add tubeguruji.com, select the time zone, click add website, and here if you see, we got the result. Beautiful, right? Now next thing, obviously you need to make an API call. So before that, I'm going to maintain a loading state is equal to use state, and initially the value will be false. Now once user submit the form, obviously we need to store that data into our database. So we'll say constant, and first set the loading as a true, then we'll say constant result is equal to await Axios dot post. Now Axios is an HTTP client method. That particular library is already installed with this Next.js project, so you don't need to worry about that. Here we'll say /API/website as our endpoint, which is the post request, and then inside that we need to pass an website ID. Then over here we'll provide a website ID. So first I will define this website ID over here. So we'll say constant website ID is equal to crypto.random UID. So this random UID will generate a unique identifier every time, and then you can pass this website ID as a website ID. Then for domain, we'll pass a domain as a domain, the time zone which we already have, and enable host tracking as well. As we are using await, let's mark this as async and then save everything. Once you get the result, you can set the loading as a false. Okay, and here you can console the result as well. So we'll say constant result dot data and then save it. Okay, now let's go back and let's test this out. So I am adding this tubeguruji.com time zone. You can select any time zone which you want and then click add website. But before that, once a loading is true while inserting a record, you can show a loading indicator. So over here I will add a condition. If there is a loading, then we'll add a loader. Okay, the loader icon. Otherwise you can just simply show this plus icon as it is. Now for this loader icon, you can animate this using this animate spin Tailwindcss class, and also I am disabling this button whenever the loading is true. Okay, you can provide a type submit whenever it's always better for the form. Now if you see the loading showing as a true, I think we'll set somehow we set the loading as a true immediately somewhere. Let me refresh this, and now it's good. Now let's enter the website name, then select the time zone, and it's totally optional. Click add website. You will see the loading and the button was disabled, right? And then immediately we'll get the response. Inside the response, you will see this website ID along with all the information. Now if I go back to the database, you will see the record get added with the website ID, domain, time zone, and everything. Pretty cool, right? But what if user trying to add the same website again and again? That's what we have to restrict to the user. Okay, so every time when user call this API endpoint called website, we have to make sure that website domain is not exist already. Okay, so before inserting here, we'll check if domain already exists. Okay, so for that one we'll say constant existing domain is equal to await db.select from website table dot where, and then we need to write a condition. So inside the where I will simply add an equal to, and then we'll say website table dot domain matches with the domain which we pass. Okay, now here we'll say if existing domain dot length is greater than 0, then we'll say domain already exists with a status 400. Okay, so otherwise obviously it will go to the next line. Now we need to show some kind of notification that okay, you already added this website, and along with this one I'm going to pass a let's pass a data. So over here we'll pass a data as well with an existing domain of 0, because we just want to pass the first element. Okay, so this will be the existing domain. I think we need to pass this data inside this same. Perfect, and save it. Okay, because this data is important, so let's save this one. I think we can also check with the user ID. That is also very important to prevent from unknown user, right? So here we can add and condition with equal to, and then here we'll say website table dot user email matches with the user email. So over here, let me bring this down. User dot primary email address dot email address. Okay, so that's how we can also check. Make sure to import this and then it will check if the existing domain, and if there is any data obviously it will return, otherwise not. Okay, now inside this website form, once we get the information you will find it. Okay, so let's try to add this website, and if you see it's throwing a 400 error, okay, directly. So maybe you can remove the status so it will not throw any error, and let's try to add it again. So here we say tubegurji.com, select the time zone and add a website, and if you see it's saying domain already exists, right? And this is the website ID. Obviously this user I added, that's the reason we are getting data. Okay, now depends on the result which we are receiving, right? We can simply send user to the next form. Okay, so I will go to this website form first, and over here we'll write a condition if result dot status is equal to 200, or maybe we can just say if result dot data dot message, if there is a message, right, it means user is trying to update the existing one. I will keep this as it is for now, else we can simply navigate to a new window. So we can simply add a router here. So we'll say constant router is equal to use router from the next/navigation. So make sure to import this use router from the next/navigation, and here we'll say router dot push, but here make sure to go to the same route. Okay, but we are going to pass a step is equal to script. Okay, then and website ID is equal to website ID plus domain is equal to plus domain, because these are the three things is important. This step basically help us whether you want to fetch the script or not. Okay, depends on that one. It will just we are just switching the component, you will get to know. And over here we can also navigate it. So we'll say router dot push, or here we'll say if result dot data, then we'll say router dot push, and then we'll say slash dashboard. Everything will be there, but we have to access this website ID from the data. So you can write something like this with an optional operator fill, so that if the value is not there, it will not fail it. And we have to also make sure else if result dot, or maybe can add if result dot data dot message is not there. Okay, oops, sorry. So over here, if it's not there, then it will execute it. Let's try this out. So obviously I will refresh this. I will first try to insert the same record, okay, and we'll see what it will do. If I click add website, you will see it's navigated to that route, okay. But if I go back, now I am on the new page again, but if I try to add a new domain, right, it will still supposed to go to the next one, say, right. So that's how it works. But the particular domain is not belong to you, obviously it will not navigate it, okay. And then in that case, you can simply add a toast message, okay, or alert message. So something like this, okay, result.data.message, and saying, okay, this particular domain is not belong to you, or anything like that. In this chapter, we are going to fetch all the users website list, and then we are going to display it. We are going to use a chart component from the Shatsion in order to display the each website as a card. Then at the end, we are going to push our code to the GitHub, so that with the help of Coderabbit, we'll review our code. So this is how our dashboard UI will look like once you add the website. Currently, very initially, if user don't have any website, this is the empty state we are showing. But once user have the website, then we are just going to display each website something like this, where we have the website fav icon that we'll going to add later on. But currently we'll add a placeholder for that one along with the domain, then the graph in order to show the last 24 hours visitors, and then the count of that one, okay. So let's go back to our application, and very first thing that we wanted to create a new API endpoint in order to fetch the website. So inside this API endpoint, we already have this website, okay. So we'll create a GET request. So over here we'll say export async function GET, and here we'll say request next request. This need to be a function. After that, we'll get the user email, so which you can get it from the current user, because from that current user, obviously we'll get to know the email ID, and for that email ID only we are going to fetch a data. So we'll say constant result is equal to await db dot select from website table dot where equal website table dot user email matches with the user dot primary email address dot email address. So this will fetch the all the record or website matches with this one. Here I will do as a string, okay. Along with that one, we'll add an order by clause. So we'll say order by. So I don't think so order by, okay, we added this colon over here. So let's say order by, and then we need to add on which column you want to order. So we'll say website table dot id, okay, and then we'll say descending. I think this need to be something like this. So descending first, and then website table dot id, and then once we get the result, we'll simply return this result using next response dot json dot result, and that's how you can get a user added website list. Next, we'll go to the dashboard page. So under the route dashboard page.tsx, right? Here we are showing the empty state, and we already added a section in order to display the website list. But before that, we need to define a type for it, because we already know all the information, all the column, right? So in order to define type at one place, I'm going to create a new we'll create a file called type.tsx, okay, or maybe you can add it inside the config folder, so that will be better. So inside the config we'll add type.tsx file, and here we'll create a export type website. I will say website type, and then we'll add an ID with a number, website ID, domain along with the time zone, enable localhost tracking, and user email, and simply save it. This type you need to provide inside this page.tsx for this state. So here we'll say website type, and it's a list, okay. After that, we'll create a method called constant get user websites, the arrow function. Inside that we'll say constant result equal to await axios dot get slash API slash website. As simple as that. Here I will mark this as async. Now I also going to maintain a loading state. So here we'll say set loading is equal to use state, and initially it will be false. Now this loading state will be helpful in order to show a skeleton effect when our application is fetching a data, right? So initially we'll set the loading as a true, and once it's done we'll set the loading as false. Now for now I will just console this, okay. So we'll say console result.data. Now this particular method obviously we need to call inside the use effect in order to execute whenever this page get loaded, something like this, and then save it. Now if I go back to our dashboard page inside the console, let's refresh this screen once, and then on line number 21 you will see the two records, okay. Obviously these two records get added, which one is the tipgurjipro.com and another domain is tipgurji.com. Now simply save it inside this website list. So I will set this website list with the result.data and then save it. Next we need to display that, so we will just going to iterate this, okay. So over here we'll say website list dot map website comma index and the arrow function. Inside this I'm going to create a separate component in order to render each of that website card. So under the dashboard folder we'll create underscore components folder, and inside this component folder we'll create website card.tsx. Then that website card I will add over here. I will pass a key as an index and pass the website information as it is. Now inside the website card obviously I will define a type props, okay, to accept the website info. Obviously the type is website type, and then over here we'll add that website with the props. Let's save everything. If I go back and refresh the screen, now you will see the website card as a text. But if you observe carefully, first it shows the empty state, because in meantime it loading and fetching the data, right? And that's why we added this loading state. Now whenever the loading is true, right, then in that case we want to show a skeleton effect, okay. So simply I will add a condition if not loading, and if it's loading, so I will add a simply div. So let me add over here, so we'll add a div and we'll simply say if loading, we'll say and Then we want to add a skeleton effect, right? So let's add a dummy array with a map. Here we'll say item comma index and the arrow function. Inside this we'll add a div, and inside that we'll add a skeleton component. Okay, so we'll say class name. Over here we'll give height to 8, width to 8, and rounded to small. So basically this skeleton effect we want to give the similar like this one. Okay, after this we'll add another skeleton effect, and then I will wrap something like this. You don't need to give this one. Over here I will say class name, flex, gap to 2, and item to be in the center. Now for this div we'll give padding to 4, and after that we'll add another skeleton with a class name. Here we'll give height to 80 pixel, width to full, and margin top to 4. Let's save that. Here I will say key as an index, and now if I refresh the screen you will see this skeleton. Okay, now here you can make the loading initial state as a true. Also it's showing in the form of list. Okay, so this loading state, so basically you need to add a grid column 1 when the screen size is smaller. On the medium screen size you can make grid column 3, and on extra large we'll make grid column 4 with a gap to 5. And now if I refresh it you will see that beautiful skeleton effect. You can add a border. Instead of border, let's add a shadow with a rounded to 2xl. Let's see how it looks. I think let's remove the shadow, not look good. But that's how you have to add a skeleton effect. Beautiful. Now next let's implement this website card first. So very first thing I will add a div. Inside that I want to add a globe icon. Inside the globe icon we'll give height to 8, width to 8, and padding to 2 with a rounded, let's say medium. Then in background I will add primary color, and then text to white. Okay, after that we want to show a domain name. So in h2 tag I will say website dot domain, and over here we'll say class name with a font medium, or you can make it bold, and text larger. If you don't want to show this HTTPS, right, you can simply add dot replace slash HTTPS slash double slash, okay, with empty string. So it will not show that one, and make sure you bring that in as one line with the item to be in the center. Now for this particular div we'll add some padding, but instead of that adding a padding you can simply wrap this inside a card. Okay, so you can use the card with a card header, and inside the card header you can use a card title, and then you can keep this icon and website. Okay, after that we are going to add a card content, and inside the card content we want to show a graph. Okay, but before that let's go to this page.tsx where we have this div. So simply inside this div we'll mark this as a grid column 1 for the smaller screen. On medium screen we'll say grid column 2 with a gap to 5, and on extra large size we'll say grid column 3 with a gap gap already gave, so you don't need to give again. But let's save everything and that's how it looks. Okay, I think with better you can give some margin top to 5, and on large screen obviously if you see here we have one space for the one more card. Now in order to add a graph, obviously you need some data in order to display it, right? But we'll start with the dummy data. So simply go to the chat CN and click on this chart. Now this chart component is actually depends on the React chart, okay, but you can directly use it from the chat CN as well. Over here you will find an option called browse the chart library. Just click on it and here you will find a different example. Beautiful, right? Now you can use anything which you want, but in our case I'm going to use this area chart. So click on view code, we'll find how to use it. Obviously it's already installed, so you don't need to install, but just follow the step-by-step guide. Very first thing, we need to copy this import statement and then simply paste it here. Next, if you scroll down little bit, we have this chart data, okay, which we need to provide it, so that obviously it will automatically map your graph points. So obviously we don't have the data yet, so we'll use this dummy data. Okay, so I will copy that and then we'll paste it at the top, not here. Basically we want to add inside the website card, so I will paste it here, and this import statement, make sure to import inside the website card. Okay, next if you scroll down, we have this chart config. Okay, that is also very important, so we'll copy that as well and then we'll paste it inside this website card. So something like this. Make sure to import this chart config. After that, if you scroll down, you will see a chart container, and inside the chart container we have this area chart. So simply copy all of this chart container and then I will paste inside the card content, something like this. Now we don't need this tooltip. Okay, basically this tooltip, if you see, you will get this extra information, right? So we don't need that for now, so I will remove that, and I think that's all we needed. Make sure to import this chart container as well. Let's save it and go back to your project, and boom, if you see, now we have this beautiful chart ready to use. Okay, now next important thing, we don't want this below text, right? So you can remove it by just removing this axis, because we don't need this. Also we don't need this grid. If you see these horizontal lines, right, so you can even remove that. It's totally up to you whether you want to keep it or not. If you want to keep it, you can just leave it as it is, but for now I'm going to remove that. And now you have complete control what you want to show, whether you want to change the width of the stroke or want to change this fill up area, or you don't even want to fill up area. If you don't want to fill up area, you can give the opacity as a 0 and then you will see the result like this. If you want to give a stroke with the primary color, just provide a color primary and then it will come with the primary color. If you want to give a stroke width, so here we'll say stroke width and then let's say 3 or 4, you will see a bolder. I will give 3. I think this is much better. And obviously you again have a lot of other functionality which you can test it. For this chart container, now I'm going to add some height. So here we'll say 80 pixel only, so the height will be automatically decreased. Let me see. So instead of height, you can provide a maximum height to, let's say, 20. I think 20 is much better, see, and then you can say width to full and boom. So that's how it displays, right? Next, at the bottom, obviously we also want to show a text, and which will just say 24 visitors. Here we'll say class name, font small, sorry, text small, and for this number I will mark this as a strong. See, and I think you can give margin top to 1 little bit, and that's how our card is now ready. Obviously currently we don't have the actual data, but once we have the actual data we are going to replace with an actual data, but for now at least we are fetching the actual website which is stored in the database by this particular user. Now let's push this code to the GitHub. So we'll create a new branch by going to the source control. I will click on this branch, create branch, fifth chapter, and I will say display website on dashboard page. Then make sure to add all of these changes to the stage mode, and here I will add a commit message, commit it, make sure to publish your branch, and then once you are on your GitHub repo you will find this option to create a pull request. Simply create a pull request and then wait so that Coderabbit will review your code. Anytime you can see your changes, how many files you changed, how many you created, what are the previous changes, everything you will find under the file changes. But in meantime, now Coderabbit will review your code. Now let's jump to the very interesting chapter in which we'll implement the workflow. We'll understand how this analytics works. We already saw the workflow, but we'll see the actual case and how it works. Then we are going to implement an analytics.js file. Then we are going to create an API endpoint to save website tracking information to our database. We are also going to test our complete workflow locally with another application, and we'll see whether we are able to track it with the proper information. And then at the last we are going to push our code to the GitHub so that Coderabbit will review our code. Now let's understand the implementation workflow. Now inside this workflow it's very quite straightforward. Once user visit to our website, we are going to trigger the analytics.js file, which will send a data, obviously all the required data, to our API endpoint, and then we are going to save and record all of this tracking information to our database. See, quite straightforward, right? And we already learned how it works and all, right? Because we need to add some line of script into this website so that it will pass an analytic data to our analytic.js, and then it will pass it to our API endpoint. Now, what are the data we actually needed in order to track the website? Okay, and that is what I created this flow. The very first, which is an website ID and domain, along with the entry time when the user start the session or visited very first time. Then the source of the website, whether it's a YouTube or Facebook or it's a direct link. Then the type, obviously whether it's a desktop or mobile, the operating system, the browser, and after that we are also going to track a live user. Now these are some of the field we need to save it, okay, and we need to get it from this analytics.js file. So very first thing, let's create an API endpoint called /API/track, which will actually save our information. Okay, so I will go to this API, and inside this API will create an API endpoint called track. Inside this track we'll create a route.tsx file, and then we'll say export async function. This will be the post request with the request, and type is next request, and then whatever data we are getting, you can simply get it inside the body, and obviously we'll get it from the request.json from the body of the post request. Now right now I'm going to just console this body data, and then we'll just say next response.json with the message data received successfully, and you can just return the data as a body. Okay, simple, because obviously here we need to implement insert to db logic and get fetch all required data from analytics.js, everything we are going to do. But for now, this is the simplest way in order to test it. Now, the next step, we need to create analytics.js file. So inside your public folder, you need to create it so that you can expose it without any problem. So inside this public folder, we have to create analytics.js file. Make sure it's a JavaScript file and you will keep it inside the public folder only. That is very important. Inside the analytics, we need to write a function. So here we'll say function and then add curly braces. Okay, now I will just console this log. This is the analytics script loaded. Okay, now first thing we need to get the website ID and the domain. If you remember, we are sending or we are adding this data website ID and data domain and passing to the script, and obviously we were already providing this analytics.js file, right? So we'll get that first, and in order to get it, you need to write constant script is equal to script dot get attribute, and then here we'll say data website ID. So we'll say data website ID, and once you have the okay, so actually here we need to get this as a website ID, but we need to initialize the script. Now this script you can create it from the document dot current script. Okay, and obviously this document will automatically detect when you call this analytics.js file. And after that we also need a domain. So in order to get the domain, you can just pass script dot get attribute and then data domain. Okay, if you want to console, you can console this information as it is. Okay, it's totally up to you. Now every time whenever we have the data, we can immediately test this out. Okay, so I will use a fetch, and inside that you need to pass an endpoint. Okay, so in our case we'll say process.env.next public analytic URL. Okay, so I think this we need to be a host URL. So I will replace this with a host URL plus slash API slash track. Okay, inside this we're gonna add a method type as a post, and then inside the header we'll say content type application. Okay, so this is also very important. Make sure to pass the header, and then the last will pass a body. Now inside the body I will say json.stringify, and here you can pass all of this information. Let's create a data object, and inside that we'll pass a website ID and the domain as it is, and that data you can simply pass it over here. Okay, so you don't need a curly braces, just pass this data and then save it. And this is the simplest and the easiest way to create the basic analytic.js file. Now make sure at the end you have to call this function, so you can just call it using this circular braces. Okay, so let's save this one and let's test this. So quickly here, this need to be a get attribute and not attributes, so make sure to update it. And then we are going to create a new website. So the domain will be localhost 3000 because we are going to track the same website or same application. You can select this time zone. Okay, so any time zone you can select, enable local hosting plus add website, and then you simply need to copy this script. Now make sure this source has this analytics.js. Okay, if previously if you added as a script.js, make sure to change it to analytics.js. So copy this. Once you copy this particular script, you simply need to add inside your any application. Now in our case we are using a Next.js, so we'll add inside the HTML, inside the head tag, and we'll paste this code. As simple as that. And now automatically our application will start tracking it. Okay, now if I go to the this localhost 3000 which we started tracking, go to the console, and if you see it's saying analytics script loaded, but we got an error. It's saying process is not defined. Obviously we cannot use environment variable like this. Okay, So you need to add it the base URL. So I will just copy this and we'll paste it here and then save it. Now once you save, let's reload this application, and if you see, we don't have any error. But if I go to this console, you will see inside the body we got the data, which is website ID and the domain as well, which obviously we are getting from the tracking website. Okay, now if inside the route, obviously that's what we are returning, and inside this console you will see this body data and it's get printed out. Perfect, right? So that's how we have to get the information. Now this is just a first information we fetch. There are a lot of different information we want to get it. Okay, now we already fetched this one, so I will just mark this as completed. Now let's fetch the entry time or visit time. That is also very important one. So I will go to the analytics.js, and here I will add get entry time. Now in order to get this entry time, you can just simply add constant entry time is equal to date dot now, as simple as that. Now this entry time you can pass over here, something like this. Okay, and then save it. Now at every step I will always recommend you to test it. You have to refresh this, obviously, because new date we updated with the new script, and inside this you will find an entry time. Obviously this is a timestamp we are saving. Okay, so it will be easy later on to compare the dates and everything. Next important thing, after the entry time, we want to get a source or website information. Now in order to get this referral or website information, you don't need to do anything over here. Okay, just you need to write a constant, or maybe you can get referral, and inside that we'll say constant referral is equal to document dot referral. Okay, otherwise we'll say a direct. That's it. Okay, so if user is coming from Facebook or YouTube, right, so that referral we are going to pass. Let's use the small r only, and then I'm going to pass this as well. Next we want to get the device type. Okay, so whether it's a smaller device or whether it's a desktop or mobile, that you can simply get it on the API side. I will show you how, but before that let's test whatever we implemented until this point. And if you go over here, you will see this is the direct referral. It means we directly open the URL, right? It's not coming from any third-party application, so that's the reason it's showing as a direct. Now let's go to our route. Okay, inside that obviously we are showing all the body and everything, but over here you can get the device type as well. Now in order to get a device type, here under this section we'll say device, but before that obviously we need to get a parser information. So we'll say parser is equal to new UA parser. So obviously I think we need to implement this UA parser from the UA parser JS. So if I go over here, just search for the UA parser JS. So this particular npm package we need it in order to get all the basic information from your machine. For example, the whether it's a Chrome browser, whether you are using mobile, desktop, all of this information you need it. Okay, so make sure to import this package, and once it install, you have to import that. So we'll say import UA parser from UA parser-js. Okay, and then once you define this UA parser, you have to pass a request dot headers dot get, and this one will pass a user agent. Okay, so once you have this parser ready, Now simply you can get a device type. So we'll say constant device info is equal to parser dot get device, and here if you see it will also get the browser, get the operating system and everything. So in this case we now a device. Also we need an OS info, so we'll say OS info is equal to parser dot get OS info. Also we'll get a browser info, so we'll say parser dot get browser info. Okay, so these are the three things we fetched it. Now if you want to console along with this body, you can just console this information, and I will refresh our page. Inside this console you will see the result. So along with this body data we got the device information, the model name, the vendor, everything, the OS information that we are using a Mac OS, the browser information, whether it's a Chrome or Safari, right? So in this case it's saying Chrome. Now obviously you can again get a exact information. So here we'll say device info dot, I think, let's see what is the device info type. So this need to be a model, I think. So we'll get a model. Then the OS will say name of the OS, and browser will say name of the browser. Okay, and once we have the information, obviously it will be easy for us to save it. So over here we finished this website referral, we also finished this device, we also finished this operating system, the browser information as well. And now the very important information which we need, which is a location info. Now to get all the location information, we are going to use an free API, and from that one we need to pass an IP address to get the geolocation. Okay, so simply go to this ip-api.com, and this is the free geolocation API. Okay, so on this one you can simply go to this API doc, and then you just need to pass an IP address. You might have a question how to get the IP address. So in order to get IP address, you can get it from this request header directly. So over here we'll say constant IP is equal to request dot headers dot get. Inside that we'll say x forwarded dash for, and then I think that's all we needed, and you can even split it, okay, and get the first element, because that's all we wanted. Now if you are using a localhost, okay, so in that case obviously you will not get any value. Also I think we have two ways that you can get it. So another is request dot headers dot get real IP, otherwise you can pass some dummy or IP address. Okay, so in my case I will pass this one. You can also use, or you can use your own. Now once you have the IP address, obviously this IP address you will get every time no matter what. Now once you have the IP address, you have to call constant geo resource is equal to await, and then we'll use a fetch with this IP API. So I will just copy this JSON as it is, API endpoint, okay, and then you have to pass this IP. Now once you get that, you can simply say constant geo info is equal to await geo resource dot JSON. Now I'm going to console this information, so we'll say console log with the IP and the geo information. Let's save everything and let's test this out. So let's refresh our page which we are tracking, and inside the terminal if you scroll down you will see the IP address which is 1, okay, because we are on the localhost. So whenever we are on localhost, we will not get any IP address. Right now the geo info is failed because we are on the localhost. So basically what you need to do, you can pass this one for the testing purpose, and once you pass and refresh this window, now you will get an actual location. See, okay, so we still have an error. That's because we added this code, so remove that and now wait. And if you see, we got the status, the country code, the region name and city along with the zip code. We also got the latitude and longitude, which is again very important, along with the time zone and everything. Pretty cool, right? So that's how you will get a geolocation as well. Now it is very important to mark this data with an entry type, or we'll say just a type as an entry. Okay, now whenever user come very first time, obviously it will insert this entry information, but we also need to capture the exit time, date and everything. Okay, and so that we can calculate how much time user is on your application or website. So that information is also very important. So we are going to calculate an active, so here we say active time tracking info, okay, for the user engagement. Now over here first I will define an active start time is equal to date dot now, and then we also need to get a total active time. The initially it will be 0. Then we'll define a method called constant handle exit. Now this will actually handle the exit value, and then inside that we have to write constant exit time is equal to date dot now. Once we define the date time now, here we'll say total active time is equal to plus is equal to date dot now, and obviously we are calculating through the timestamp, and here we'll say active start time. So this will calculate the total active time. After that we'll say fetch with the localhost API track with the method post, the header as the application JSON. After that we'll say a body with the stringify, and then make sure to provide a type, website ID, exit time and total active time as well. Now once you define this handle exit, we need to make sure whenever user close the tab, we have to call this handle exit. Okay, so over here we say window dot add event listener, and inside that you have to write before unload. Okay, now this before unload will call this handle exit method automatically, and then we'll also call window dot add event listener for page hide. So whenever the page is hide, we'll call this handle exit as well. Now let's save everything and let's test this out. So I will go over here, let's refresh it. Now you will see a type as an entry. Okay, so if you see the bio we got the type as an entry, and we don't have any call related to exit. But as soon as I close this tab, then you will see another API endpoint call, but somehow it's not get call. Okay, so we have to see why. So right now when you jump on to this entry, we are getting entry, but when we close it, it somehow it's get aborted. Okay, and it's not working. So in order to fix it, we have to make sure this fetch will pass keep alive it as a true. So whenever you exit it, right, it will first send this information and then only it will remove all of this information. So now if I open this localhost 3000, if I go over here, if you see, now we have this entry. If I close this page, you will see a new exit type as well. Okay, along with how much time you were active on this particular page. Okay, and other information as well. It means whatever we need, we got it. Now Before moving to the next part, we are also going to pass an URL. Okay, now this URL we are getting from the window.location.hrefs. Okay, so even though if you jump on any specific URL, something like this, right, it should return this URL as well. And if you go over here, now you will get the proper URL. See, something like this. Not here. I think it's not get updated. Let me scroll down, and if you see this URL, okay, so you can show to the user what is the entry page, okay, because many times user directly jump on a specific page, and that page also we want to capture onto our backend side. So that's the reason we are passing this URL info. Now another important thing we need to implement is whenever user open this particular tab with the URL, but again user open another tab, we have to make sure we'll not count this as a two separate view, right? We want to count it as a one only. So for that one, we need to keep a unique session ID. You can call anything inside the local storage of the browser. So at very top, I'm going to create a function to generate a unique ID. So here we'll say generate UUID, okay, and you can generate with the timestamp. It's totally up to you how you want to generate, or maybe you can simply create a unique ID. So here we'll say return XXX, okay, with a replace. I will obviously share this code with inside the document for a free, so you don't need to worry about this. After this, you need to add, or let me Control Z everything, and we'll keep it simple. So here we'll say return date dot now dot toString with a math random and with a substring. So this will give you the unique ID with the proper format. And then once you have this method return to generate the unique ID, you can simply check a visitor ID is equal to local storage dot get item. Here we'll say web track visitor ID. If it's not there, then obviously we need to generate this visitor ID from this method and simply set that item to this visitor track visitor ID, so that it will not generate every time. But make sure to pass this visitor ID to with our data. That is very important, and while handle exit as well. But whenever user exit this page, we have to make sure we need to clean that particular visitor ID. So here inside this handle exit, after the fetch, we'll set local, or we'll say local storage dot set item web track visitor ID, or you can simply clean it. Here we'll say dot clear. So it will delete all the local storage, okay, once you remove it. Let's save it and let's test this out. So I will refresh the screen. Once you refresh inside the inspect panel, obviously it will save the local storage. So go to the application. Inside the application we have the local storage. You will see the web track visitor ID, and this ID we got it, right? Now this ID obviously get passed to the API endpoint, and here you will find that unique ID. Okay, as soon as you close this one, right, the local storage also get clean. And then if I open now inside the application, you'll get a new ID. See, so that's how it works. So you can keep track of unique visitors by using this visitor ID. That logic will implement later on, but what are the basic information we needed now we received, and we are passing to our API endpoint. One last important thing that we remain with is get UTM sources. So from the analytics.js, here we'll get UTM sources, and in order to get these UTM sources, you can just write constant URL params is equal to new URL search params, and then we'll get a window dot location dot search. Okay, So whatever the inside the query field, you can get that one, and you will get all of this information. If you want UTM source, medium, campaign, term, content, everything, you can get it. Now this is very important when you are marketing, or you are giving or doing the digital marketing through any social media platform. It will pass this source, medium, and everything. This information you can simply pass to this backend as well. So for now I will just keep these three terms, okay, or just the source, UTM source and medium. Campaign, if you want to keep campaign, you can keep this one as well. And I will also going to pass, I think we don't need this over here. We need to add these UTM sources inside the analytics.js. So maybe at the top, get UTM sources, and then paste it here. Perfect. And then you can pass this information like URL params, UTM sources, the medium, and the campaign. And in route, don't need to do anything for now. Let's refresh this. So here if you see, I just pass a reference, whatever the reference you want to pass, and then over here inside the database you will find this value. So right now obviously it's empty. One more thing you can get it is a refer params, okay, that is also very important. So you can get it using the URL. So this window.location.hrefs dot split with a question mark, okay, and everything, then you will get it, and then pass this reference params as well. So now you will get this ABC. So over here you will see the reference param come as a reference equal to ABC, okay. So that's how also you can fetch it. So I think we are pretty much good, good place, because we got whatever the data we needed, and now it's time to insert the data into our database. Obviously for that one we need to create a new table into our database. Now let's create a new schema for our database. So I will go to our config folder. Inside this schema file, we'll create a new table, and here we'll say page view table is equal to pg table. I will name it as a page views, and the arrow function. The first we'll add a ID, then we want to add a website ID, okay, then the URL. Obviously this URL we are going to get it from this track. So I will just make sure that we have all the value. So I will also open the analytics.js file, which is inside the public folder. So inside this, if you see, we already have this URL, so that URL we are going to save. Then the type we are going to add of type varchar, then the referrer entry time, then we also need an exit time. Now exit time is an optional, because whenever there is an exit we are going to insert another record, okay, so we don't really need it, but make sure to add this exit time. Now here you don't need to give as a not null, just keep this entry time as it is. Many of this field can be an empty, okay. At the top, just about this, after website ID, I'm going to add a visitor, or maybe we can call this as, I think, yeah, visitor ID. So I'm going to use that visitor ID as well, of type varchar, and I will just keep it as a null, okay. Sometimes if it's not get created, then I don't want to fail, right? After this, let's go to this analytics, and then we want to save the URL which we already did. Then the UR params, so here we'll say URL params. Obviously it is of type varchar. Okay, if you don't want to give length, by default it will be 2055, so it's totally up to you if you don't want to give. Then UTM underscore sources, medium and campaign. Then the device, I think we can say device of varchar. Then OS of type varchar. Browser, you don't need IP address, but if you want to keep IP address, it's totally up to you. Now let's go to the route, because here we have a lot of other information. Let's we already added the browser information as well. I think let's add a geo information, so we'll say city of type varchar, the region, the country. If you want to keep IP address, you can keep that one as well. I think that's all we needed. Okay, and I think most of the information we are going to save. Okay, so you don't need to do anything now. I think this there are a lot of columns, but yes, we have to store all of this information no matter what. Okay, and then save it. I think we also need to save this reference params. Okay, so I will add that reference param of type varchar. Now it is very important, if you want to add more fields, you can add it later on anytime. Okay, because many times it will be hard to track all of these fields. Now once you added all of this field, I will just make sure to push this all the changes, and once you push, make sure to restart your local studio so that you can simply refresh it and make sure that new table get added called page views. And over here, if you see, we have a bunch of columns as well. Perfect. Now let's start inserting it. Okay, so inside the route.ts, here I'm gonna write a method called constant result is equal to await db dot insert. Here we'll say page view table dot values, and inside that obviously we need a visitor ID. Okay, that visitor ID you can get it from the body dot visitor ID. Then we need a website ID, a URL. Make sure to get the domain information as well. Okay, if you are not adding a domain information, I think it's always good to add that as well. So over here it will be a not null, because every time we are going to get this domain information, so I will make sure it will add. Now once you update this schema, right, you have to make sure to run this push command again. Okay, and then you can restart your studio. Now over here I will say domain with the body dot domain. Then we need to get a URL. After that we need a type. Okay, the referral, the entry time. Then we need an exit time, total activity. Obviously these all of these parameter we are getting from the body. Okay, then the device, we already have the device information, so we can simply add that along with the browser. Then from the geo info we'll get the city information, the region information, the country, the IP address. Obviously we are already fetching that IP address, so that IP info, and the referral parameter. I think that's all we needed. Okay, obviously there are a bunch of fields that we are adding, but it's always good to keep all of these fields and all of these values, so that it will be good to track each website in detail. Now once you insert it, you don't need to return anything, but for testing purpose, make sure to return the value. And over here, now in this case I will return this result. Once you're done with this one, let's test this out. Now I will refresh this along with the reference, if you see, and I will refresh the screen. Right now obviously you will not find any error, so don't worry. But over here inside the terminal, if you see, we got an 500 error. Okay, that's because if you scroll down little bit up, it's saying null value in a column URL. Okay, because URL might get a null value, and inside the schema we mentioned that URL cannot be a null. So I will just remove this value. Okay, and I will only keep the required field, these three. So make that change, make sure to update your table and then run your studio again. So over here, if I refresh it, you will see that value get added, okay, but with an error. So I will delete this record now and let's test this out again. So I will refresh this. Over here inside the table, if you see, we got an ID. Over here we have website ID. Obviously this is the different one, so I will remove this for now. And then you will see the URL, okay, along with the reference. Then we have the type, the referrer where we got this. Obviously it's a direct one. The entry time, okay, obviously we don't have exit time, so no exit time. The URL params, we don't have UTM sources. The device type is a Macintosh because I'm using a Mac OS. The browser I'm using Chrome. My city, the region, the country. Obviously we are testing on local, so no IP address, and the reference parameter is showing it as empty. So that's going to be a problem because we have the reference parameter, okay, this one, but that's completely fine. Now as soon as I close this tab, right, you will see a few more record, okay. So inside this, if you see, we have this exit, the duration of that particular time span and everything. Perfect, right? We get the two record. Maybe there's some issue, okay, but just ignore it for now. But that's how you have to make sure to insert all of these user or website analytic data. Now in many cases we are getting exit 2 times. That's because inside the analytics, if you remember, we added this window add event listener 2 times, okay. So before unload and page hide as well. So you can just remove one and then now it will only work at once. So if I go over here, okay, so this is the old one again, okay. Let me clean everything and let's take this out. So we'll open a new page. Now you'll get an entry. Now if I close this one, and then you will get only one record now, okay. Obviously this don't have the URL. That's because we close it, right? And this is just an entry page. The URL is nothing but the entry one, okay. And I think other than that, everything worked properly. Now there is one more trick that you can do it. Whenever there is an exit, you can update the existing record using this visitor ID, because we already have all of this information. Just the difference is whenever there is an exit, right, we added this exit time and the total active time as well, and that is quite easy. Simply inside this schema, inside the route.ts, where we are inserting a record, right? Now insert record you can do only when if there is body dot type is equal to entry, okay. Whenever there is an entry, then only you can insert the record. Otherwise you can update the record, because this is an update, right? So we'll say constant result is equal to await db dot update page view table, and then we'll add this exit time along with the total active time. But we have to make sure we'll add the where clause with the equal to, and then we'll say, okay, so I think this is incorrect. Let me clean this up, and here we'll say equal page view table dot visitor ID matches with the body dot visitor ID, and once it matches, then it will only update the exit time and the total active time. As simple as that. Now over here, obviously you don't need to do like this, okay. And over here we'll say let result, and then I will remove it from here and save it. Let's test this out. So currently I will remove everything, make sure there is nothing, and I will go to this localhost 3000, right? As soon as you enter, you got the entry. Now you are searching something else, other things, right? As soon as you close this one and refresh it, you will see it update the same record with the exit time and total active time. But if you again open it, right, it will create a new record because the visitor ID in this case is totally different. Okay, and when you close it, you will see the exit time as well with the total active time. Now this total active time only applicable when you are on the page. Okay, that's how it get calculated inside our analytics.js. So that's how, guys, you have to track your website or any website obviously, and then we have to save it into our database. Obviously later on we are also going to add the live tracking that we will implement later on, but for now I hope you understand whatever will be implemented until this point. So this results that we implemented the workflow, we created the analytics.js file, we created the API endpoint to save our website tracking information to our database. We also tested this locally. Don't worry, I'm going to test this on an actual domain as well, okay, for actual domain website. So don't worry about that. Now it's time to push our code to the GitHub so that Coderabbit will review our code. So let me close all of this tab. So we'll create new branch. So go to the source control, the branch, create branch, chapter number 6, create analytics, or we'll say create tracking, implement tracking, logic. Then here we'll stage all the files and we'll add implement tracking logic, and then say commit. Once you commit, make sure to publish your branch, go to your GitHub repo, you can create the pull request from here, and then once you create, wait to finish the Coderabbit review, and then if there is any issue, Coderabbit will start adding a comment on your code. Anytime you can see your code changes, depends on the branch as well. So for each chapter we created separate branch which help us to track code much better way. Currently in our database we are storing the country, the region and the city information, but we also wanted to add a country code column, which is very important in order to display flags and other things. And we're already getting the country ID or country code as well. We just need to add a new column into our table, and then we just make sure to pass the information as well. So this is a quick fix that we are going to do it. So very first thing, I will go to the schema.ts file, and inside the schema.ts file I'm going to add country code of type varchar and then save it. Once you save, simply go to the result, stop the studio, I will push these new changes, and then we'll start the studio again. Okay, and right now if I go over here, let me refresh this, you will see the country code table as well. So now maybe it comes at the end, see the country code. Okay, so that's how we have to do it. Now let's go to our route where you can add this country code. So inside this insert we are going to add, so we'll say country code is geoinfo.country code and then save it. Now from the next time whenever the session happens, it will also add the country code. Now in this chapter we are going to get a website page view information along with all the details. Then we are going to update our existing website API endpoint so that it will fetch all page view information in a proper format. And once we get that one, we need to display the website list graph with an actual real data which we are going to fetch it from the database. And at the last we are going to push our code to GitHub. Now as you know that this is the data we have. Okay, now this data obviously we need to make sure that you will get an last 24 hours information on the website. Later on we are going to update for the 1 month, 7 days, everything, right? But for now we'll only fetch the previous 24 hours information. And for that one, obviously we need to compare with the entry time, exit time, and all of this information, whatever we need it, we already have. Now obviously we want in a specific format, so it will be easy for us to display. So this is how we want this. So we want all the website information, and for each website we need the get analytic information like last 24-hour visitors, the hourly visitor counts, that is very important, the country, the cities, the regions, and obviously for each city, country, region, how many visitors you have, from the device how many visitors you got it, from the operating system how many visitors, and so on. And now obviously to get such kind of formatted data, you need to write a bunch of line of code. So I already write this code and made this available for free, so you can find this in the documentation. The eraser doc link is in the description, so you can go ahead and check this out. So this is the get website API endpoint, okay, which is the updated one now, and which has all of this information. And once you call this API endpoint, you will get the data something like this. Okay, so simply copy this and we'll go back to our API endpoint where we have website route.tsx. Currently we have this get API request, quite simple and small. Now we are going to update and replace this with a new one which we just copied. So make sure to remove this tag first, okay, and then you have to import all of this import statement. Okay, I will also update this code so that the import statement will also be there. Make sure to import this page which page view table, and whatever the import statement needed, make sure to add that. Now this td zone time, you have to import it from the date fnx tz package. Okay, so simply you can search date fnstz package. Make sure to import this package first inside your VS Code. So over here I will add this package, and once you add it, you have to import that. Try to import directly from here. If it's not getting suggestion, simply import it. Here we'll say to zone time from the date fnstz, okay, which actually help us to format the date in a specific format, or whichever format we want, you can format it and then save it. Now if I go back to our application and refresh it, this will fail it. Okay, that's because we completely change our website API endpoint structure. But if you go to the network tab and search for this website, and you will see the proper formatted output. Okay, once we have this output, simply you have to display and show it on the screen. Okay, so obviously we need to update our type as well, because this API endpoint is working perfectly. But before updating the front end code, let's go to the type, and inside this type we are going to create a new endpoint, new type called export type website info type is equal to, and inside that we'll say website. Obviously website is of type website type, so we'll say website type. Then we'll create analytics as a different type, and if you see carefully, because inside this each website we also have the analytics, right? So that's the reason I added this analytics. Now for the analytics I will create a different type, so we'll say analytics type is equal to, make sure to export this. Now inside the analytics type I will say make sure to add all of these types. So first we have this average active time. Okay, so I think this is of type number. Then we have total active time, total session, total active time, total session. Then we also have this last 24 hours visitors, okay, of type number. Now after that we also need to get all of this info. Let's deal with this hourly visitors for now. Okay, so obviously we need hourly visitors of type hourly visitors. So let's create a type hourly visitors, something like this. Make sure to export it so that you can use it in other components. And inside the hourly visitors, if you expand this, you will say we have count, date, hour. So we'll say count of type number, date of type string, then we have hour and hour label. So hour of type number and hour label of type string. Okay, and obviously this is the list, so I will make sure it's a list inside this analytic type, and make sure we'll pass this analytic type over here. I will start with the A and here as well, because this is a type, right? Perfect. And then save it. Now let's go to our dashboard page. So I will go to the dashboard folder. Inside that we have page.tsx. If you remember, we provided this website type, right? Now instead of this, we are going to pass as website info type and the list, right? Then scroll down, and in for this website card, right, we'll pass a website, but inside the website card as well, we'll change this type to website type info or info type. That's all. Okay, and then save it. Now obviously we need to update the small things. So if I go over here, we have an error because the website domain is no longer valid. So basically here we'll change this to website info, so we'll not get confused, and make sure it will, you will also update over here. Okay, now next thing, obviously in order to show the domain, you have to go to this website, and then now you have domain. If I update that, now if you see, we don't have any error. Now let's update this count. Okay, and obviously this currently we hard coded this value, but now you can simply get it using this website info dot website dot, not website, it's in analytics, so dot analytics dot last 24-hour visit, and boom, if you see the last 24 hours we have 17 visitors, so it's showing a 17. Now it's time to update the hour or this chart data, right? So I will define a constant called chart data. Currently we hard coded this value, right? So we'll remove this because we don't want this dummy data anymore. And inside this chart data, we'll simply add website info dot analytics dot hourly visitors. That's all. Once you add that, let's go down and make sure to change this data key. Now data key is nothing but the points you want to add on the graph, and then obviously it will create a beautiful graph. Now if I go to this website API endpoint, inside the analytics, inside the hourly visitors, you will see this count. That's what we want, so we'll pass the data key as a count. Okay, and then save it, and boom, if you see, we got this beautiful graph for this one. Obviously it has 17 visitors. Now depends on the time it's created a different graph. Now sometimes depends on the location, you might see in the database the entry and exit time save incorrectly. Okay, now here sometimes it save it as a millisecond, sometimes seconds, right? But we want to save as a seconds only. Okay, so in order to fix this issue, simply go to the analytics.js, and wherever we using this time, right? So in this case we are using date.now. You can add a mat.floor. Okay, and then you have to divide this date.now by 1000 and then save it, and that's how you can add the entry time. Same thing you can do for the exit time. So if you scroll down, we also have this exit time. Also here you can update everywhere, something like this. Okay, just don't pass an entry time like that, and then save it. And now if you see, I remove the old data and it's now saving as a seconds timestamp. Okay, and that's result. The graph is looking like this. Okay, because it's only showing one dot, because in the last 1 hour only 1 hour has the records. Okay, so this entry time has only last 1 hour record, and inside this endpoint, if I go to this website endpoint, you will see only one object, means only one record in under the hourly visitors say. Okay, and obviously for 1 p.m. because that's currently it's 1 p.m. over here, so that's why it's showing only 1 p.m. Okay, but the thing is this not look good at all, so you can just need to add another point so that it will show a proper graph, and that's quite easy. Simply inside the page.tsx, where we are not inside the website card, basically we are providing this chart data. Right now, instead of that, we'll also add one dummy data. So basically, first I will define a constant hourly data is equal to this hourly visitor data, and then I will add a condition. So over here we'll say if hourly data dot length is equal to 1. Okay, then simply we are going to add a dummy data. So we'll say dot 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 hourly data of 0 comma the hour. Okay, now you can pass any hour like 0, 1, 2, but it always better if you pass the previous hour. So basically you can do it using number hourly data of 0 dot hours, and then here we'll say -1 greater than equal to 0 question mark number hourly data dot hours. Okay, I will just make sure it's hour. So in our type, I think somewhere we provide it as hour, so make sure it's hour only, and then also update this. Okay, after that we need to provide a count. Obviously it's a dummy, the first one is a 0 whenever there is only one records, and then the hour label as well. So for our label I will simply add number hourly data of 0 dot hour -1, sorry, -1, and then after that we'll say am/pm. It depends. Okay, and I think that's all we needed, and later on we'll pass the remaining hourly data of 0, otherwise we'll pass hourly data. And now this chart data we are already passing. Now if I save this one, now you will see this is the first point and this is the second point, but as soon as you add more time into this one, you will get a beautiful graph. Okay, and obviously I will show you maybe after an hour how it actually looks once user visit the page, and then once you have multiple hourly data from the last 24 hours. Obviously first time when you are developing you will see such a kind of thing, but don't worry. And that's how we have to show the graph with the actual data. Now all of this code, the example how the JSON is structure is, everything is provided inside this documentation. So go ahead, check this out. Obviously you can understand the code, so it will be easy. One more important thing that I am using this flagsapi.com. Okay, now this flagsapi.com will give you the flags or a country flag. Just you need to pass a country code. Okay, or even though you can pass a type and the size, and then it will generate this beautiful URL which will give you the country flag. Okay, and that's the reason we save the country code for each of the records, so it will return the country flag for us. Obviously we have to add many things. Okay, we want to show or display all the analytics in the next chapter, but until this point make sure you are getting the data in the proper formatted way. Now at this point we finish this chapter, so make sure to push your code. Okay, so let's go back, and over here we'll create a branch. Say create branch, add the branch name, and inside that you have to add get website page view info. Okay, once you create the branch, make sure it gets checked out, then stage all the files, give the commit message, and then say commit. Once you commit, make sure to publish your branch. I will go to our repo, and from the repo you can simply create a pull request. Once you create the pull request, make sure that Coderabbit will review your code and then simply merge the pull request into a main branch. Now this chapter is more about improving our analytics. Currently we are tracking each user. Even though if user refresh our screen, this count will change. As you know that currently we are testing locally the same application which we are working on. If I refresh, you will see that change to 49, and that's what we want to avoid, because we don't want to track the same unique or same user again and again. We need to make sure it will be the unique users. Then we need to update a session or active time. Currently, even though my tab is open on the side, right, it's still counting that time in our complete session or active time column. So we need to update that logic. Then we also need to add an exit page link, and we need to push our code to the GitHub at the end. So let's go back and go to the analytics.js file, and it will be very small change that we are going to make. So inside the analytics.js, currently we are using this visitor ID and to save it, right? But we need to make sure we will not remove this visitor ID until after 12 hours only, right? It means we'll clear this visitor ID after 12 hours, and then it considered as a new user. Currently, as soon as we exit the page, we are clearing the local storage, so we don't need to do it. So just remove or comment that code, and we'll define the session duration at the top. So maybe over here we'll say constant session duration is equal to 12 into 60 into 60 into 1000, because we converted that into 12 hours, okay, and in milliseconds. So that is very important. Now once we have the session storage, we also calculate the current time. So we'll say now is equal to date.now. So here now we're gonna add a condition if visitor ID is not there, or the session, because we need to add a new field. So over here we'll say let session time is equal to local storage dot get item web track session time, and here we'll simply add now minus session time is greater than session duration. Then we are first going to remove the current session. So here we'll say if visitor ID, then we're gonna simply going to remove the visitor ID from the storage, and we are also going to remove the session time, okay. And then we'll create a new visitor ID with all new we are obviously saving all new visitor ID, and then we are also going to add a session time with the current date. As simple as that, okay. In this way, we don't need to remove the session every time, and it will track as a new user. Or inside the else, you can simply add a console log saying the existing visitor ID found with the visitor ID, or you can say existing session, something like this, okay, and then save it. So that's how you have to calculate. And obviously make sure to pass a visitor ID if you are not passing, okay, as we are already passing that and we are storing inside our database as well. So if I go to our database, here you will find a visitor ID. Now obviously it will track the session, okay, it will track the all the page views, but the most important thing, when we are fetching the data, it will fetch depends on the distinct visitor ID, so you'll get a unique visitors. After this, let's go to this documentation, and here is the updated code. Okay, so make sure you have updated code. Obviously previously it was little bit different, now it's completely updated. So I will just copy that and I will update the website API endpoint. So go to this API, go to the website, and inside the route you just need to update the get API request. Okay, so this is the get request. Make sure to update this, and I will remove this tag. Now there are a couple of import that you need to do. I think just one, which is a less than equal to. You need to add it and then save it, as simple as that. Okay, now if I go over here and refresh it, you will see the all the graph, but the number of visitor is now not showing actually. Okay, that's because at the API endpoint it's changed to total visitors. Okay, so you have to update this type. So if I go to this type, instead of hourly visit or last 24-hour visitor, we have to change this to total visitors. And then inside your dashboard page, under this website card, you have to update the count as well, or the count field to total visitors. Now you will see the total visitor counts. Now currently this calculate the all the records, means if you have 10 days of history, it calculate all the visitors from the 10 day, right? But if you want the current date or last 24 hours date, you have to pass a date to it. Inside this API endpoint, you will see that it accepts the website ID. Obviously, it will fetch only one record or analytics from for the given website ID, and you also can pass from and to. Okay, with the date, the actual date, you can pass it so that it will fetch that particular date range information, and that's quite easy. So simply inside our dashboard page, when we are fetching the website information, here you need to pass a date. So here we say constant today is equal to format, because we want to format that date. So we'll say format. I will use, the spelling is incorrect, so we'll use format from date fns, and then we'll say new date, and the formatting will be YYYMMDD. Okay, and then this today we're gonna pass. So over here we'll say from today and to also today. Okay, so make sure you will pass both these parameters. Okay, from and to. Now if I save this one and refresh the screen, you will see the result. Okay, now it only showing the last 24 hours visitors. Also, if you see this, currently the line is little bit cutted, right? So you have to give some styling. So I will go to our website card, and inside this website card, I think we just need to provide the top and bottom. Let's give little bit more and let's see how it looks. I think this is now much better. See, now you're getting a complete graph as well. Now let's also add the exit link. So if I go to our analytics.js file, here inside this, we are not passing the exit link over here. Okay, so you can pass that as well. So over here we'll say exit URL is equal to window.location.hrefs. Okay, so it will give you the current page when you are exiting, right? And then save it. Now this exit link you have to add and get it inside your API/track endpoint. So you can directly call that, it's not big deal. So right now this is an entry, and on exit you will say exit URL with body.exit URL, but inside the page view table we don't have the field called exit URL. So let's add that as a varchar and make sure that's correct. Let's save both this one. Obviously we added a new column inside our existing table, so you have to make sure you will update that changes. and then push or run your studio again, then you will see a new column called exit URL. Okay, now obviously whenever you close the page, that URL it will simply return. So that's how we finish both these things. Now let's push our code to the GitHub. So I will go to the source control, we'll create a new branch and we'll give a dot update analytics with unique users. Okay, and then create this branch. After that you have to stage all of this file, give the commit message and then simply say commit, then publish this branch. Go to your GitHub account and inside this you can simply click on this compare and pull request in order to create a new pull request, and after creating it wait for Coderabbit review. If there is any issue, any bug, Coderabbit will give you in the comment and then make sure to fix that one. After that just simply push your code and merge your code to your main branch. In this chapter we are going to create a new page which will show the website detail analytics. Obviously on that one we are going to display all type of analytic card or widget. We already have all the data which we need inside that API. We just need to display in a proper format in the form of card or widget. And at the last we are going to push our code to the GitHub in order to review with the Coderabbit. So let's go back to our application. And we are going to create a new route. So inside this route dashboard, we'll create a new folder called website, and inside that we need to pass a website ID every time. So this need to be a dynamic. Now in order to create this dynamic we have to give the folder name with a square braces, and then here we'll say website ID, and inside that now let's create page.tsx file. Now we'll add a default template and here I will rename this to website detail and save it. Now on this page obviously we need to show all the different widgets, but before that whenever user click on this any of this website, it should navigate to this particular page by passing the website ID. So I will go to the website card and inside this we'll wrap this complete card inside the link using next link. Now inside the hrefs we'll create a dashboard /website plus website info.website.id that we need to pass, and then make sure you will close this link tag. Okay, and then save it. Now if I go back and if I hover on any of this, you will see the cursor pointer also get changes. But if I click on this one, let me refresh this once. When I click on it, you will see it's navigate to that particular website. But we need to pass a website ID and not just a ID. So here I will replace this with a website ID, and if I go back, click on this one, you will see it's navigated to website / that particular ID. Now this ID can change anytime, and that's the reason it's a dynamic route inside the Next.js. Without any configuration we have easily created this. Now this website ID is very important because depends on that one we need to fetch the data. So inside this page.tsx file we'll create a constant, and then we need to get that website ID using use params hook. Okay, so make sure to import this use params hook, and then here I will console this so that you can easily check this website ID. Now as we are using a React or Next.js hook or any hook, we need to make sure our page is on the client side. Now if I go to the inspect panel, inside the console you will see the website ID is printing out. Okay, because that is the website ID which we pass inside this URL. Now next thing, to implement the widget and all other things. So let me show you mock-up how it actually look. Okay, so over here I added this simple widget. On the top, obviously, if you see, we have this header, and then we have an option to select the website from the list, then the dates, whether you want to see an hourly or daily basis, the refresh button which will reload your application with the again real-time data, and the setting in order to go to the website setting. Now on this one, if you carefully observe, we have the visitor count, total page view count, the active time in the minute format, average active time, and the number of live user. And here we have this beautiful graph when the user is there, depends on the time. So this is what we are going to build now. Obviously there are more widgets going to come below that, but for now let's implement it. Now very first thing we need over here is a drop down along with the website list. Currently this user has 3 websites. So if I go to the website, all of these 3 websites we have to fetch it based on the user email, right? But we only want to fetch the website, not all the website analytics. Currently in our API, we are fetching all the website belong to that particular user along with the analytics, but we have to make sure we'll fetch only this website info. Okay, so for that one, I will just update this route, and here I'm gonna accept one more search param. So here we'll say website only is equal to request dot next URL, and then we'll pass the parameter website. Here we'll say website only. Okay, and if there is a website only, so so over here I will add a condition. If there is a website only is equal to 1, okay, then we are going to write a condition. So over here we say constant websites is equal to await db dot select from website table dot where, and then inside that we'll write a condition equal to website table dot user email matches with the user dot primary email address dot email address. Okay, and make sure it's a string, so we'll say as string. And then once you mention that, you will get the list. So over here obviously this need to be a string, so maybe we can write something like this, okay, or maybe we can say true. After that, once we get the website list, you simply need to return using the next response.json. Okay, this particular if condition only execute if the website only is true, and will return the value, and then it will not go to the next line. Okay, it will stop over here. So that's how we want. Now let's save this one and simply go back to your page. Inside this we'll create a new method called constant get website list, the arrow function. Inside that we'll say constant websites is equal to await await axios dot get, then we'll say slash API slash website question mark website only is equal to true. Okay, so that's how you need to pass. Here I will mark this as async. Then once we get the result, we'll say websites dot data. First we'll print this out whether we are getting or not, and then we'll save in state. So now over here we'll create a use effect in order to call this method. Okay, now once this method call, it will call this API endpoint, and then we'll get the website data. Now let's save this one, refresh the screen, and boom, if you see, we got the website list. There are 3 websites, and all of these 3 is now printing out. Now let's save this in a state. So over here we'll say constant website list comma set website list is equal to use state, and it's empty. Obviously here make sure it's of type website type. Okay, and it's a list. something like this. Make sure the website type contain all of this info which you need, and then save it. Now over here we'll say website list websites dot data. Perfect. And then save it. Now the next part is, as per the mockup, we're going to divide this particular not particular page into different components. So this is one component, okay, and this will be as a separate component. So we'll create another component inside the website folder, or maybe you can create inside this one only, and we'll call it as a components. Inside that we'll create form input.tsx and then add a default template. Now this form input we need to add over here, form input. Make sure it's printing out, or means displaying on the screen. Okay, let's give some margin top. So for this div we'll give margin top to 10. Perfect. And let's start implementing this form input. Now very first thing, we need to display a drop down. So simply from the shared CN, let's go to the component, and inside this component search for the select. Now inside the select, if you see we have this drop down, that's what we want. So first I will copy this import statement, and then we'll copy this sample example. Obviously we are going to replace all of this value from that. Now over here we actually don't need a label, but if you want you can add a label. Then we need to remove all of this item, but we need to replace with an actual website list. So you can accept the website list over here. I will pass a type as a props is equal to website list is of type website type, and it's a list, so I'm providing it as a list here, type props. Now this form input you need to once we add it here, right, you need to pass this website list as website list and then save it. Now simply iterate this website list so that you will get this all the website name. So we'll say website arrow function, and then we'll simply call website key as website ID, value as a website ID, and then website with a domain. Obviously make sure to replace this HTTPS with an empty string, and then select item and then save it. Once you save, let's go back to our application, and then over here you will see this list. Perfect. Now we are getting this placeholder. If you don't want, you can just ignore that, or simply say select website as a text. Now over here I will just increase this size little bit so that you can simply see the selected website. Now we already have the parameter, right, the website ID. You can just copy that and you can use it inside the form input as well. Okay, it will work in the same way because this is the component which we added inside the page.tsx file. Now once you have the website ID, you can pass a value over here as a website ID, okay, or you can write empty. I don't know why we are getting this error. So we just add as a string and then save it. And now if you see, as we selected this localhost 3000, right, because this IDs belong to this website, it automatically popped this up. Now if I go back and select other one, see, it also show that one as well. Now here inside the page.tsx where we use this use effect, make sure you pass an empty string so that it will not execute infinite time. Okay, now let's go to this localhost 3000, and now we have the selected website automatically. Perfect. Now next component that we want to add is a date picker. That is very important component. Now for that one, let's go to the shared CN. Inside the shared CN, search for the date picker, okay, and this is what we want. And if you see inside the date picker, we have an option with this popover and date information. Now simply, in order to use this date picker, right, first let's import this import statement along with the calendar. Let's copy everything as it is, because everything we are going to need. After that, you have to copy this example as it is. I think we imported in different components, so let's cut it from here because we want inside the form input. So make sure you are importing in form input only. Then I will add this pop over and everything, and also this date, and save it. Okay, once you save, if I go back to our application, you will see this date picker, but this date picker is not perfectly styled, right? But you can able to select the date, and you will see the date which you selected is populating inside this the date picker component. So let's fix this styling issue. So inside this calendar component, right, let's provide a class name, and here we'll provide a width of, let's say, 280 pixel. Okay, and then save it. Now if I go over here, I think still not work. So this need to be an px, and if I click on this, now you will see this beautiful drop down with a well structure. Perfect. Now we want this in a one line, so at the top for this div we'll make it flex, and then we'll make sure its item to be in the center with a gap to 3, make it 5. Okay, something like this. And if you see, now it's in one line. But we just don't want the one date selection. We also want to make sure that user can select a date range. Okay, so for this calendar, if you see, we have this mode called single. Change this mode to range. Okay, and once you change this to a range, obviously this selected date is not valid anymore, because it only store a one date in a state, right? We need to fix this one. So basically we'll remove this, and here we'll say use state, and then we'll say date range. Okay, from the date picker, it already have this method, and inside that we'll pass a from, and then we'll define a today. So over here we'll say constant today is equal to new date as a default one, and then I will pass the default date. Okay, if you did not pass 2, obviously it will consider only 1. And now you can simply have the selected date, and obviously we pass it as a date and on select, and that error now is gone. Now currently I will just remove this on select, okay, because we did not have a proper implementation for this on select. Now for this calendar icon, in this case we need to show two different dates, right? For now I will just comment this out, go over here, and now if I select this date, see, I can select the two range date. Okay, that is the first step that we implemented successfully. Now we want to show that range. Once you select it, currently it's not showing because we commented this code, but you uncomment it. Obviously this is an object and we need to fix this. So I will cut this out, and simply you can add date dot from. Okay, if the date from is there, then again we'll check if date dot to is also there or not. Okay, if it's there, then simply we are going to add, we will format this with a date dot from in this format. Okay, and the second thing, after that we also want to show a 2, so I will just copy this as it is, but we'll, instead of from, we'll show it as a 2. Okay, else obviously we only want to show a from. Okay, because we don't want to show 2, if that means user only selected one record. Otherwise in span tag we'll say pick a date. as simple as that. And I think we missed this circular braces or what? Oh, so we in this circular braces we were miss, and then save it. Now if I go back, if I select the 15 to 18, okay, so still not showing. That's because we did not added the set date method on change of the date, right? So we need to implement that. So over here we'll create a method. So we'll say constant handle date change, then obviously it will accept the range of type date range and the function. So inside this we'll say if no range is there or range.from is not defined, simply it will return nothing. Okay, if range.from is there and range.to if it's not there, then we'll simply going to add set date as from range from. Okay, and then we'll return nothing because obviously here we are already checking if it's there or not. Otherwise we'll simply add from and to. Okay, so in this case from is there and to is there, just said that. Now this handle date change we are going to attach over here. So we'll simply add on select handle date change. Okay, as simple as that, and then save it. Now if I select two different dates, you will see it's showing 15 to 19. So it depends on what you are selecting. 15 to 17, if you want to select 17 to 20, it will select that one as well. So that's how it works. Now next important part is because right now if you see it's going beyond this particular our date picker, right? So in order to fix this, you can pass width to full, and then simply you can add flex wrap. Okay, and also I'm going to add flex 1, and this is how it looks now. It show a full width, but maybe we need to change something over here. Maybe we'll see, because right now we want to add other component and maybe it will fix that issue. Anyway, so that's how we have to pick the dates. Now there are a couple of more things that we are going to add inside this date picker. Is when user want to go back to the today's date, right? We want to give a button so that user can go to that today's date simply. So inside this or just about this calendar, we'll add a div, and then inside the div we'll add another, we can add a button, and button will say today. Okay, also we'll add another button which will say reset, and then save it. Now on the click of this today's button, right, we want to make sure it will automatically reset to today's value. But before that, let's set a variant as outline, and for this as well I will set a variant as outline. Over here we'll say class name flex, justify between item to be in the center. Okay, and then save it. So this is how it look like. Obviously let's give a margin y to 3 and margin x to 2. Perfect. So we have this today and reset button. Now we'll create a handle today method, okay, which will set the today's date. So over here we'll say constant handle today, and then we'll simply set the date, which is today's date. Also for the reset we will do the same thing. Over here we pass a from today only. Now simply pass this. So over here we'll say on click, and we'll say handle today, and for the reset as well same thing, just we need to say handle reset and then save it. Now if I on the different date, right, if I click today, it will automatically pass the today's date. Now simply over here what we can do, we can simply add a condition. So let me remove that, and either you can simply add a style or you can wrap. Let me bring this down first. We'll add in curly braces this tag. So this is the not good way to add a styling, but right now our is not working, so that's why we are adding that. Okay, so over here we'll say if date dot to is there, then we'll set the width. Oh, so we'll set a width to 220 pixel. Okay, there is some issue. Oh yeah, perfect. So maybe here we can say little bit more, 320, otherwise 220. Okay, let's see how it looks. So let me refresh the screen and make sure you are not passing a width full, and I will remove that one as well. If I select the range, it's increasing, but I think we need more. I think this is much better. Okay, but if I select one day, you will see only it compress automatically, but if I select date range, it show both the range. Okay, the start date and the end date. Perfect. So that's how you have to fix it. Next part is let's go back to our mockup, is to show this drop down with the hourly and daily drop down. So for that one I will copy this same select statement, the similar one, but let's add it here. But over here we'll say you don't need to give this label anymore. For value I will add the default one. Okay, so over here we'll just add, or let's keep it empty for now because we are going to hard code this value. So over here we'll say select item value is equal to hourly. Okay, and we also want a daily. Select item with a daily. Okay, now I will define a state to hold those values. So we'll say constant analytic type comma set analytic type, and then by default it hourly. Then over here I will pass it as hourly, and on value change we'll simply set the analytic value with the selected value. If I save this one and go back, let me remove this, or let's make it smaller. Perfect. And now you will see we have hourly and daily option. Another quick thing we want to add is a button. Okay, so this button will add a refresh icon in that one, so which will simply reload or fetch the updated data. Okay, obviously that one will implement later on, but for now let's add a variant as an outline as well. Then let's wrap all of this component inside the div. Okay, and make sure in for that div you can pass a class name with a flex, item to be center, and gap to 5, because outside of this div we want to add a button with a setting icon which actually contain the selected website settings. Okay, and then I will pass a variant as outline again, and for this div we'll say justify between, so it will be on the rightmost side. See, something like this. So that's how our form input component is now ready. Now let's implement this page view component, where it will show a detailed analytics of your page view. So under this component folder I will create another component called page view analytics.tsx. Inside that, let's add a default template, and then make sure to import this component inside your page.tsx after the form input, like this. Okay, now inside this page view analytics I will add a class name margin top to let's say 7, and inside that we'll add a card component and save it. Now make sure it's displaying over here. Now inside this card component, let want to add some text, and here if you see we need to give a card content in order to simply add a proper padding and everything, say, okay. But if you want to give a more padding, you can give it to this card content, let's say padding to 5. After this, make sure to accept the website analytic info, okay. So over here I will define a type props, and then we want to get a website detail, okay, of type website info type, and then this particular one we want to accept it, so we pass as a prop for the type and then save it. Now inside the page.tsx, make sure to fetch the website info first, so we'll create a new method called constant get website detail. I will say website analytic detail, okay. Inside this you need to write constant, so we'll say constant, I think we already added, but let me add it again because sometimes my auto suggestion give you the complete result. So website result is equal to await axios dot get slash API slash website slash, not website but here we'll say question mark website ID, and I will change this tag to this quote, okay. And you don't need to pass anything. Once you pass the website ID, it will fetch a prop all the details. Here I will make this as async, and then inside the console I will just result the data first. Now this get website analytic result we are going to call inside the use effect. Let me comment this out for now. Let's save this one, and first we'll test whether we are getting data inside the console or not. Let's refresh the screen, and first we'll get this 3 website, and then if you see we also got the website information with the analytic details. See, so here we are analytics, website info and everything. Perfect. Now the next part is maintain a loading state. So over here we'll say constant loading set loading is equal to use state, and initially it will be false. Whenever the analytic data is fetching, we'll set the loading as a true, and once it is completed we'll set the loading as a false. Let's create a new state. So here we'll say website info set website info is equal to use state, and the type is website info type, and inside the braces I will just add an empty, okay. Now simply add over here, so we'll say website info with the website result dot data. Now inside this page view analytics we'll pass a website detail, let's rename to website info only, and then we'll pass it as a website info. I will go over here, I will change this to website info again with a W small, so here will be W small. Perfect. And here you can make this as a null because it's an optional, right? And inside the info as well, here I will pass an optional, maybe we can set undefined, I don't know, we have an error, it's saying is null or undefined, so let's make it null as well. Perfect. So that's how we set up, and now inside the page view analytics we have the website info. Also we are going to accept a loading state over here of type boolean, and here I will accept this loading state as well. So make sure over here you will pass a loading state as a loading because we already have. It will be helpful in order to show a loading state. Now first thing first, first we want to add a div, and inside that we want to add an h2 tag, and here we'll say visitors, okay. Now after that inside the another h2 tag will actually going to show a number. So here we'll say website info dot website. So every time you have to go to this analytic, so simply you can say constant web analytic is equal to website info dot analytics. So you can simply then inside the website analytics, now you can get the different fields. Okay, now over here we need a total visitors, so we'll say total visitors and then save it. Now over here if I refresh the screen, our total visitor is not showing somehow, so make sure inside the analytics you are getting a total visitors. So make sure, okay, so if you see inside the website analysis, right, basically it's fetching the first element. So maybe inside the page.tsx, make sure to pass the first element every time. Okay, so that is important. And now if you refresh it, you will see that number. Perfect. Then let's add some style. So for this h2 tag, we'll add a class name and we'll say font bold text for Excel. I think this is much better. See, okay, now same thing you have to implement for others as well. So instead of adding this every time, we'll create a small component. Okay, because if you see our mockup, we have these things, the name and the number everywhere same, right? Just the text is getting different. So I'll create a small component called count, or we'll say label count item.tsx. Let's add a default template and then I will cut this from here and we'll paste it inside this label count item. Okay, now obviously we'll accept the web analytics as a prop and you can add a type props. Now let's define this type. So here we'll say type props is equal to web analytics of type analytics. Okay, so we have analytic type inside our type, right? So here we are passing, and then you can simply add this label count item with a web analytics is equal to web analytics and then close this tag. So inside here maybe we have to write undefined in order to remove that error. I think we are in good shape, and if you see, we are getting that. Now next time when you want to add any other, make sure to pass the value. But instead of this web analytics, maybe we don't need to pass the complete value over here. Okay, so maybe I will just change this, and here we'll say label dot value. Okay, and here as well we need a label of type string, value of type string, and then over here we need to replace this with a label, and then we need to replace this with a value. Okay, obviously here we'll pass a label as visitors and then the value as web analytics dot total visitors. And now same thing you can do it. Okay, so make sure to fix this issue. Okay, for the value, if you see we are getting error. Okay, so maybe here we need to define as a number or maybe null, I don't know. Perfect. Now here the second label will be total page views and the value will be web analytics dot total sessions. And now if you see, we'll get that total session value as well. If you are not getting, it means your field name and the type name might be different. So if I go to the analytics, you will see total sessions. Okay, so this need to be a total sessions. Okay, so make sure inside the info, inside the analytic type, this will be total session. There is a spelling mistake, so make sure to fix it, and now you'll get the total session as well. Now obviously there are few more we want to display, but before that I will add some style. We'll make it flex. Okay, we'll make it item to be in the center, and then we'll give some gap as well. Inside this, inside between each of these, I will add a separator. Okay, and the orientation as well. So orientation I will say vertical, and you can give the height as well. So inside the class name you can add height to, let's say, 7. So if you see that vertical separator get added. Okay, I will change this height to, let's say, 12. I think that's much better, and you can give some more gap. Perfect. Same thing you have to do it for all others. So we'll add a separator and then the label count item. Now the next label count will be a total active time. Now for the total active time, if you have the total active time, you can just display, but this active time is in the form of seconds. Okay, now we need to change that in a minute format. So let's divide this by 60 and make sure it's a number. Next, let's add another separator after this count, and let's add another label count. Okay, now this label count will show you the total, or maybe it's average active time. So over here I will add, oops, I think I did not paste it here, and here we'll say average active time. Now for this average active time, let's search for this. Okay, so over here we have average active time. Let's make sure to save, and we got this average active time. Now make sure to write it here as a minute, and here as well. So maybe we can add a value plus minute, and here as well plus minute. Okay, something like this, but we have the float point too much, so we have to fix this one. So basically wrap this, and then we'll say to fix. Okay, so it will only add a 1 decimal. Same thing you have to do it for this one as well, to fix to 1. Okay, now you might see how this much time user is active. All right, we'll fix that in a moment, because we are fetching all the visitors and everything, so that's why it's showing. Here we have spelling mistake. Perfect. So don't worry about that one. Now we also want to add one more field, which is a live users. Okay, so the label here I will give it as a live users, and the value will be hard coded for now. Okay, because we don't have live user information yet, so that's the reason we hard coded this value, and that's how our top section is now ready. Now let's fix why this is not correct, because if you see, even though if you change this date, this value is not getting changed, or it's not correct. That's because for inside our page.tsx, when we call the get website analytic detail, we are just passing website id, but we are not passing any dates information, because inside the website API endpoint, if you carefully observe, we need to have the from and to value that we need to pass it. Obviously those value we can get it from our label count, not label count, from our form input. So we need to pass all of these fields back to the parent component whenever you make any changes. For example, if you update the website id, make sure to pass that. Now in order to make it little bit easy, I will create an use effect. Inside this use effect, let's add an empty state first. Now whenever there is some change, so here we'll say set form data. Okay, and inside this form data we'll add website. You don't need to add website id actually, but you can add data one by one. For example, the analytic type will pass an analytic type again over here. The date range, you can pass a date range, or we can say from date, we'll say date dot from, and then we have to date, so we'll say date dot to. Okay, now this form data you need to pass back over here, something like this. Okay, now obviously I will provide a type over here, will provide as data analytic type, form date, undefined, and everything, but you can provide it as a any as well. It's totally up to you. Okay, now once we have that, let's go to this page.tsx file, and here we have this form input. Now make sure to get this form data. So let's save this in a state. So we'll say constant form data comma set form data is equal to use state of type any, and then we'll set this value and save it. Okay, now once we have that one, inside this give website analytic data, first we'll say from date is equal to, and we need to format that date in a specific way, so we'll say format, make sure to import that from the date fns. Then here we'll say form data dot from, and then we'll say YYYMMDD. Okay, same thing we are going to do for the to do date, but for the to do date, if we have the to do date, then we'll format the to do date, otherwise we'll use this from date only. Okay, and then once you have all of this information, you can simply add, so we can say and from is equal to from date, and to is equal to date. The analytic data you don't need to pass it for now. Okay, that's all you need it, and then save it. Now once you save, let's refresh this screen and let's see whether we are getting anything or not. So right now we are getting an error saying invalid time value. So let's see why. Now inside the form input, if you remember, we just set the form data, but even though if you don't have this value, it will be the problem, right? So we need to execute this use effect whenever there is a change in the form or analytic type. Okay, and that's how it works. If the to date is not there, so we can pass it as a from, it's not big deal. Okay, and let me try again, because maybe we need to make some more modification. So we have analytic type define, that's good. We have the date dot from, or here we can say or today, and same thing I will do it over here. Okay, make sure inside your page.tsx you are getting the correct form data, or by default you can pass your own form data, similar like this one if there is a no predefined value. So over here I will add analytic type as hourly, then over here we'll say new date as a default date, and for as well here we'll say new date as a default date. Now still we have an error, so let's see what is the issue now. So on line 34 we have invalid time value. Okay, the problem over here, if you see our field name is from date and to date, and we are trying to get it as a from. So here this need to be a from date and to date. Okay, now if I refresh this, at least we don't have any error. But if I go to this and search for the website, we are not getting any result for this date. Let's change the date and let's see is there anything we have. So I don't think we are getting any result. Okay, so let's see why. Okay, I think that's because we added this one, so maybe we have to add something like this. Let's test this out. and now if you see, we got the data. Okay, perfect. Still the active time and average time, we have an issue because in my testing mode, uh, if I go to this page view, right, there is some active time which is not correct. So let me clean that out. So at this place, if you see, this is the incorrect time previously, so I have to remove that one, but other than that, I think it will work properly. And now after cleaning it, it's working perfectly fine. Now let's implement this graph. So from the chat CN, if you remember, we already used and we know how to use this area chart graph. So let's copy this, and then inside this we'll add after the label content. So maybe we can create, let's do one thing, we'll add another card content, and let's go back, let's see whether it's looking good or not, and then to this card content as well we give padding to 5, margin top to 5, and then with whatever import statement you copied, simply paste it here. Again, if you scroll down, we need to copy this area chart and chart container, so we'll copy everything as it is, and then we'll paste inside this card content. Okay, now make sure to import this chart config as well. So in order to add this chart config, let's go at the top and let's copy that. Make sure to import this chart config. Now we also need this chart tooltip. I will show you how it works. Okay, so make sure to import this chart tooltip and the content and the chart container. Okay, now obviously we need to provide a data. Now in order to get the data, we already have inside our website info, and from the website analytics we can show it, but we did not add it to in our type. Okay, so if I go to the inspect and go to the network tab, so let me refresh this, so we'll get a data. Okay, we are getting error over here only, so let me comment this out for now. Okay, so we'll get the data and we can compare the type. So inside this website, if I go to this analytics, you will see a different types. Inside that we need to deal with the daily visitors and hourly visitors. So this type we need to add it. So inside our type file, right, inside this analytic type we need to add this hourly visitors, and then inside hourly visitors we have date, count and everything. Same thing we have to do it for the daily visitors. So and for daily visitor type of list, and I will define this type as well, and inside that if you see we have date and the count. So here we'll say date and the count of type number. Okay, for now let's deal with this one. Now once you have that, let's go back to our page view analytics. I will undo everything, and inside this data now we'll pass web analytics dot hourly visitors. Okay, now once you define these hourly visitors, inside the area you need to provide a data key which is nothing but the count. Inside the x axis you need to pass as a hourly. Okay, because that is the label we want to give, and if you see, this is how it looks. Obviously that's not what we expected, but we'll update that in a moment. The grid, nothing but the behind grid we want. Okay, the horizontal line, if you see, we can also add a y-axis. So similar to x-axis, we are going to add a y-axis. Make sure to import this y-axis. For a data key, let's I'll remove that. Here track line, I think axis line you can make it false, but let's save this one. I think something on the other issue. Let me cut this out first and let me do one by one. Okay, now here we provide the hourly visitors, and if I go over here, go to this analytics, and then we have hourly visitors. Inside that we have count and the hour, right? So for the x-axis, give the hourly label, something like that. I don't know why it's going below to this point. That's weird. Now here if you see we have two count. I think there is some issue in the area chart. Now here inside this area, change this type to monotone, and I think you can keep the fill as it is. I will change this to a primary. Fill opacity will keep as it is. Stroke, you can change this stroke to let's say 3 and then save it. Okay, so this is how it come. I think let's undo this. Color to primary. I think this is much better. See, and now you are getting the count as well. Also, if you want to change this to let's say 4, I don't know why it's not properly assigning, but that's completely fine. And for the x-axis, you can add this hour label because the field name is hour label, and if you see now it's showing this hour as well at 5 p.m., 8, 11 and so on up to 11 p.m. Okay, so that's how it look like. We are also going to add some top to let's say 12 and bottom to let's say 12 as well. Also, we are going to provide a height for the chart container. So here we'll say class name, height to let's say 60 and width to full. Okay, and maybe we can increase this height to let's say 96. Let's see how it looks. I think this is much better. See, now we also want to add a y-axis. So let's add a y-axis. So here we say y-axis, then allow decimal to false. Okay, then tick line we'll say false to that. Axis line also we are false, and width you can add whatever width you want, let's say 30, and which actually show you this count as well. Perfect, I think this is much better. Now you might see this different because this count is the actual user count and this visitor count nothing but the unique visitors. Okay, so obviously currently I'm on this I'm on the only one who is testing this tracking the website, right? So that's the reason you might see the difference, but this is the unique visitor count which you are seeing in on the screen, and that's how we have to show this analytics. If you have any question, any doubt displaying this graph, let me know. It might be a little bit confusion, but just follow the step-by-step guide, or you can always go to the tubegurji.com in order to access the source code while implementing your own application. Now the next important part, when I change to hourly to daily, it should automatically show a daily status. Currently in our response, we also have the daily visitors, right? So here we need to accept the type which user selected, right? So from the page.tsx, if you remember, we already getting an analytic type, right? So over here we'll say analytic type, and then we'll get the form data dot and the name which we gave, which is analytic type. Okay, so make sure to pass this analytic type as a data. Now inside the analytic type, here we'll say string, and then let's pass this analytic type. I think this need to be a daily and hourly, so that's how I'm going to pass. I think we did not mention anywhere, so let's leave it as it is for now. And whenever the analytics is different, so here we'll say if analytic type is equal to hourly, then show an hourly, otherwise you can show daily visitors. Okay, and same thing, I'm going to update the label as well. Okay, so over here we'll add a condition, if analytic type is equal to hourly, then show hourly label, otherwise show a date label. Make sure inside the daily, I think we only have date, not the label. So let's add as a date and we'll see how it looks. I think we have error somewhere. Okay, so over here I will do a type string. If I go to this hourly, it will change to hourly. If I change to daily, it will change to daily as well. Now, another important thing, whenever the date change, we have to make sure we'll call this get website analytic detail API endpoint. So we'll call an use effect, and inside this use effect, whenever the form data changes, not only form, but whenever the form data dot from, or this need to be a from date, and when to date is changed, make sure to call this method. Okay, now let's test this out. So if I change this date to, let's say, 14, you will see it's changed. But if I want to see only 14 data, you will see that change. Perfect, right? If I want to get the date range, right, you will see a date range as well. Currently it's getting an empty. Okay, maybe there is some API endpoint issue, but we are getting, oh, maybe I don't know whether we have hourly, daily for that one, but if I select only one date, then I'm getting the result. See, for daily as well and for hourly as well. Also make sure on the click of this refresh, it will call the get website analytic detail every time, or maybe we can make a call for the live user. It's totally up to you. For the localhost, obviously if you change this, make sure this analytic data also get update. So again, I will go to the form input, and whenever the selection changes, so inside this select will add on value change. So here will say on value change. So whenever this value change, we are going to navigate it. Okay, so maybe we can add a router first. Define a constant router is equal to use router from the next slash navigation, and then we'll say we'll get the value, but here we'll say router dot push, and then we'll say slash dashboard slash website, and then that website ID. Okay, so whenever if I change to pro, you will see it changed to pro. If I change to TubeGuruji, obviously we don't have any data for this one, we only have data for the localhost 3000, and that's why we are getting that result. So from the from input, whenever user click on reload button, on click of this one, we'll say on click, and then we'll say set reload data to true. Okay, now this set reload data I'm going to pass back, so we'll define that type something like this, and inside the page.tsx we are going to simply call get website analytic detail. Okay, and now if I go back, but here make sure you will pass as a function, so it will not execute multiple times. Okay, so somehow it's executing multiple times. See, so here make sure you will add something like this. Okay, so it will not call multiple times, and now if you see on refresh, it will call this API endpoint. Perfect. So that's how you have to add it. Now you can even add a loading state. Now whenever there is a loading, we are already fetching it, right? You can show some kind of skeleton. So over here we'll add a condition. If not loading, then show the card. Otherwise you can add a div with a skeleton. So I will add a skeleton with a class name with full height, let's say 80, and then rounded corner. So if I refresh it, you will see that loading state, and then it automatically appearing this one. So we implemented this page view. Okay, now we'll push this code, and then later on we will implement all the remaining widgets. So let me close all of this tab. We'll go to the source control. We'll create a new branch first, and we'll name it as a web analytic detail page, and then stage all of these changes. Paste this commit message, say commit, publish your branch, and then inside your GitHub you can simply create the pull request and wait for the Coderabbit to finish your code review. Once that is done, you can simply merge your pull request to the main branch. Now in this chapter we are going to display the source and referral analytics along with the country, region, city analytics. Also we are going to add browser, OS, device analytics, and at the end we are going to push our code to the GitHub. So let's go back to our application, and let me close all of this tab for now. And then inside this type.tsx file we have to make sure inside the analytic type we have all of this detail. So simply you can go to our API response, and we'll check what are the other parameter we need to add inside our type. Okay, so over here inside the analytics, if you carefully observe, we have a lot of different other type. Now very first thing we need to do is to add these referrals. So if you see this, we have inside the referral we have domain name and UV stand for unique visitors. So we'll simply add referrals, and it's a list. Obviously we are going to create a type for it, so we'll say export type referrals, and then we have domain name of type string, unique visitor of type number, and name of type string. And that's how we have to do it. Same thing we are going to add for the reference parameter. Again, this is also a list. Here we'll say referrals type, that will be easy to understand. And inside the reference parameter type you can check the field. So one we have the string, and unique visitor we have number. Then we have OS OS, and we already have the other things, so devices and everything, that also we need to get it, but let's implement this first. So once you added this referral, because that's for those first we need to create we need to add a graph, right? So inside the components we'll create a new component, and we'll call it as a source widget .tsx. Okay, now each section will call it as a widget. Let's save this one, and to this source widget make sure to add inside your page.tsx file. So below this page view analytics we'll create a div. Inside that we'll add the source widget component. Now for this div we'll add a class name with a grid column 1 when the screen size is smaller, and on medium screen size we'll make grid column 2. We'll also give a gap of 5, margin top to 5. Now to this source widget we need to add a website info, and if you want you can even add a loading state. Now inside the source widget make sure to accept this both the params as a props and define a type props. Now for the website, I think you don't need to pass the complete website info. It's totally up to you what are the data you want to pass, or you can simply pass the analytics as well. Okay, so let's pass website info as it is for now. Okay, or maybe we can say analytics website, and I will just change this to analytics. Okay, because we don't want all of the data to be passed. And then here we'll say analytic type loading as type boolean. Perfect. And then save it. Inside the page.tsx, it's saying it might be an undefined, so maybe we can write undefined over here and then save it. Now inside this div, we are going to add a card, so we'll say card. Inside this card we'll say card content, and make sure to import this card as well. For this card content we'll give padding padding to 5, and at the bottom you will see this card. Now we are going to add a tab navigation from the shared CN. So go to the shared CN and inside the component search for the component called tab. Simply copy this import statement, we'll paste it here, then copy this tab example and then add it inside this card content. Change this, so here we'll say referral, and then over here, or maybe we can just change this to source and referral. Then we'll say source and referral. Make sure, depends on your tab selection, the correct content will get display. The default value will be the source, and then save everything, and then you will see these two values. The one is source and other is referral. Here you can make a type or weight to be full, it's totally up to you, and this is how it look like. Now the next part is to add a bar chart. So if I go to this shared CN, you will see a different chart option, right? But jump to this bar chart. You have already many other chart type as well, but in this case we are going to select a bar chart. We want to add the bar chart similar like this, but you have many other option, and we can select this particular option. Over here you can see a bar chart with a mixed content. Okay, so you can use whichever you want. So I will use this one with a custom label and all. So click on this view code. Inside this view code, let's import both the things. So at the top I will add this import statement, then scroll down and simply in the similar way which we did previously, copy this chart container as it is, and then we are going to modify that. So for the first we are going to implement for the source. So inside the source I will add this chart container. So make sure to import this. We also need a chart config which is at the top. So I will paste it here, and after that make sure to import all of these import statement which is not there. Okay, now over here we need to pass an actual data. So we already have the website analytic information. Now we want to pass a referrals, so we'll pass it as a referrals and then save it. Once you save, go ahead and check this out. So inside the source currently it's not displaying any data. That's because once you provide the data, you have to make sure the axis which you are adding it's also correct. Okay, so for example on y-axis you need to add a domain name because that's what the data key is. On the x-axis you need to have a unique visitors, right? On the bar chart the data key will be a unique visitors, and the label list, for now obviously we just only need one, so I will remove other. And for the label list as well you can add a data key as domain name. Okay, and then save it. Let's test this out, and now if you see, we got some result. Perfect, right? Now if you don't want the grid or anything like that, you can remove the x and y axis. If I hide this one, you will see result something like this. But if it always good to have all of this information. Next thing, you can even change that color, okay, the fill color. So currently if I change this to primary, then it will show as a primary. I don't know whether the opacity will work here or not, but yeah, the opacity you can even change that as well. Okay, so that's look much better now. Now the next important thing, that you can even show the logo. Okay, so if it's a YouTube, it will show YouTube. Obviously for localhost it might be a different logo. Okay, so for that you can create or add a custom label list. So I will define the method or the component first. So here we'll say constant bar label with image. Okay, and this bar label with image will accept the props, and I will put a type any. Now inside that we'll provide a constant. We need to get an x-axis, y-axis, width, height, and the most important, the remaining payload. Okay, so we destructure is this prop. After that you can simply add a return statement, and whichever format you want you can add it, but make sure you have to pass this x and y axis to this g. So we'll say transform, then inside that we have to add translate dollar and then x plus 8 because we want to give some space, and then another dollar sign. We say y plus height divided by 2 minus 8. Okay, so this particular formula I already tested out, so it will work well. Then let's add an image. Okay, and then the source, make sure the image importing from the next/image. Inside the source you need to provide a image URL that I will tell you in a moment how to do it. In alt tag you can simply add a simple image tag, that will be good enough. Okay, after that in alt you can say, you can just leave it as it is for now. In width we'll say 16 and height to 16. Okay, and rx is equal to 4. Now, or you don't need to provide, let's keep this. Now for the image, right, you can go to the type, and here inside the type I will add a image URL. So we'll say image URL for domains is equal to, and over here we'll say https icons dot duckduckgo.com slash ip3 slash domain. Okay, that domain you need to provide over here .com.ico, something like this. Now make sure to export this. So we'll say export constant, so that you can simply use it here, and then make sure to import dot. Here we need to replace domain with an domain name. So from the payload you will get a, so here we'll say payload dot value. Okay, if I save this one, and obviously we need to add a label as well, but before that we'll take this out. So to this label we'll say content, and inside the content we'll add this bar label with image. So right now for some reason it's not showing that image. The problem with this one that we are trying to render in the form of svg, and inside the svg you cannot add this image or h2 tag. So this need to be an image and this need to have a text tag. Okay, and make sure to add this. You can just add ts ignore for this one and then save it. Once you save, you will see the label is now printing. Okay, but still I added a code for you. Okay, so you can simply copy that to get a proper formatted label. Once you save it, go back, you will see that label. Obviously for the localhost it will show like this, and for YouTube you will see a proper YouTube one as well. And on hover you will see that we have this beautiful tool type which you can also customize it. It's totally up to you. Okay, now next thing, similar way we have to implement the referral. So for the referral, let's go to this page.tsx file, or not page but inside our source widget, and copy the same chart container inside the referral one. Okay, now over here if I save this one, obviously it will show a similar result, but we want to pass a different data. So in this case we need to pass a referrer params. Now for the referrer params, you will see we only have one record, and that's why it's showing only one record, but we also need to make sure we are passing correct field. So I will go to the network tab. Let me refresh this thing. Oh, not here. Let's go to this inspect, and for this inside this network, let me refresh this once. Inside the analytics we have the referral params, and then we have name and uv. So in same way we have to update it. So in x-axis, oh we don't, oh yeah, we have x-axis. So on x-axis now we'll call it as name only, and data key will be the name. Now if I change the referral, you will see now we got the referral is equal to YouTube, and that's how we have to update it. Okay, so guys, I think I hope you understand all of this information, how easily we added this bar graph. In the same way we have to implement for the remaining one, okay, which is a browser and the device, the city, country, everything. Okay, the data is already there, you just need to implement in this way. I'm going to pause this video over here and I'm going to implement it. You can even also try it, if you have any problem you can access the source code. Also for this widget I'm going to add the code for each of the widget inside our eraser doc, so you can find it there as well. Currently I added these two more widgets, one for the country, cities, region, and obviously I'm the only one user who is testing, so that's the reason it's showing only one country, and same thing with the device as well. But as soon as more people start testing it, you will get a more number of data. Okay, obviously you can add more widget because we have a lot of data, and you can implement more widget accordingly. But for now these two more widgets we added. Now all of this widget code I'm going to provide you inside this eraser doc, so that you can implement it and you can easily copy that and paste it here. But if you really want to get access to the complete source code, you can go to the tubeguruji.com to get this source code. Now it's time to push our code to the GitHub. So we already added this display, the source referral, country, and browser, device analytics. Now let's go back. So let me close all of this tab. Inside this we'll create a new branch and we'll name it as implement extra widgets. Then once you create this branch, stage these changes, add the commit message and simply commit. Once you commit, make sure to publish your branch, then go to the GitHub, and inside the GitHub make sure to create a pull request. Once you created the pull request, Coderabbit will review your code and then wait for finishing that review, and then simply merge this code. Now we are going to implement the live user tracking feature. Obviously, once we have the live user tracking information, we are going to save it inside our database, and then we are going to push our code to the GitHub. We have to make sure that we are fetching the live data and save it into our database, and then we are going to display it on our application. Currently we hard coded this value, but now we want to show in a real time way. So simply, first thing, we are going to create a new table. So inside the schema, we'll add a new table called export constant live user table is equal to pg table, and then we'll simply say live user, and inside that we'll add an id. So I will copy this id column as it is. After that, we want an website id of type varchar. Then we also want to store a visitor id of type varchar. Then the last scene. So when user last is on the web page, right? Because that is very important. Then we also want to get a city, region, country. So everything we're gonna copy as it is. Along with that, I want a latitude and a longitude. So this parameter we are also going to get with the type varchar. After that, I also want an OS, device type, and the browser type. Okay, so this is for the future feature if you want to add, but it's always good to keep in the same thing, right? After that, simply we are going to push all of this code, and then we are going to, okay, the changes are applied. So let's start the studio, and inside this we will see the live user with all the columns. Perfect. Now the next part is we need to create a new API endpoint which will help us to store this live user data, right? So inside this API endpoint, we'll create a new folder called live, and then inside that we are going to create a route.tsx file. Now this will be the post request. Okay, so I will add export async function, and we'll say post request and then next request. Now you already know how we are using this track in order to save the data, right? You can simply copy that one and you can paste it here. So I already added for you along with the get request. So inside this eraser doc, you can simply copy this code. So let me refresh this once, and inside the canvas we added this live user tracking code. Okay, simply copy that and we'll paste it here. Make sure to remove this 3 tag, and then we have to import this next request, the UA parser. Make sure it is inside the curly braces, the db import, the user live table, and the next response. Now this is the post request in order to insert the record, and this is the get request in order to get the live user. Now inside the get request, if you carefully observe, I am just making sure that it will fetch data which is in the last 30 seconds. Okay, so it means that is a live user. Obviously we are going to update the user request every 30 seconds, and that's the reason we are fetching it. So don't worry, it's very easy to understand as well. Also, while inserting a record, we are doing the upsert. Okay, so if the record is already exist with that particular user ID or visitor ID, then it will just update the existing record. So as simple as that. Now the main thing we need to add inside the analytics.js file. So inside the analytics, we need to create a new method. So maybe after this you can say constant send live ping, and this particular method we're gonna call every 30 seconds automatically. Okay, so we'll say fetch, then http localhost 300/API/live, and then we are going to pass a method as post request, then the headers as content type. So here we'll say content dash type application slash JSON. Okay, after that we'll add a body. Now inside the body it is very important to pass all the required parameter. So in this case let's pass a visitor ID, then website ID along with the last scene. Now for the last scene you can just simply pass date.now and just make this as a string, then the URL which is window.location.href, and I think you also need to pass this. I think that's all we needed. Okay, I don't think so we need to pass anything else. And now this send live ping we need to call it. Okay, so over here I will add a set interval, and inside this interval I'm going to call this send live ping, but we need to call every 30 seconds. Okay, but for the testing purpose I'm calling for every 10 seconds, but later on you can change this and then save it. Now let's go back to our application, and inside the inspect panel make sure you are not getting any error. I will refresh this screen. So over here in the analytics make sure it's 3000/API. Okay, because we got this error. Let's refresh it. Here we got an error again. So inside the network if you see we got this fail query insert statement, and in order to check a proper response error simply go to this VS Code terminal, and here it will say there is a no unique column, right, because we are upserting the record. So simply inside the schema file you need to make a visitor ID as a unique, something like this. Okay, once you make this schema update make sure to push these changes, and once you push it then again run the studio. Let's test this out again and wait for the 10 seconds, and over here we'll see that call, and if you see the call is successful saying status okay. Now if I go to the database you will see the visitor ID along with the last scene. Obviously we don't have the city, region, country because the IP address is a local one, that's the reason it will not return, but we got the device OS and the browser information. Pretty cool, right? So that's how you'll get a live data. Once we have that live data, now we're gonna simply display that. So go to your routes inside the website, inside the ID we have the page view analytics, and we're gonna call an endpoint over here. No, maybe inside the page.ts we can call it. So I will say constant get live users and the arrow function. Inside that we simply say constant result is equal to await axios dot get /API/live, and then I think that's all we needed because this is just a GET request, and then async. But to this live you need to pass a website ID which is very important. So pass the website ID, and I think that's all we needed. Let's save it, and inside the console you'll get the result. Now this get live user you can call whenever the analysis detail is getting called, something like this. Okay, so currently I'm just consoling the data. Okay, so inside the console we got an error basically. Okay, so let's see what's the issue. our API endpoint is correct. Inside the route.tsx, we are accepting this website ID. So I will make sure we are passing the correct one, and then it's supposed to return some value. So maybe we can check the VS Code terminal for the error, and it's not returning any specific error. Okay, so he's saying and is not defined. So basically inside the route the import statement is missing, so we'll import this and then I think greater than as well, because we added this ts ignore, so that's the reason we missed this, and equal. I think hopefully it will work. So let's go back again, refresh the screen, and inside the console we'll get the data. See, inside the data we got the live user information. Perfect. It means currently we have one live user. And now once you get this, simply store in a state. So we'll say constant live user comma set live user is equal to use state. Now this will be the list and we need to provide a type. So let's go to the type, and over here I will create a new type called export type live user type, and inside this live user, if you see, we have all of this information. Let's say visitor ID of type string, then we have website ID, and obviously there are many other parameters you will find it. Okay, obviously currently we really don't need it, so I will just use this live user type of list, and initially it will be empty. Now over here we'll say result dot data, and then pass this information to the page view analytics. So over here we'll say live user, just we'll say live user count, and then you just need to pass live user dot length, and inside the preview analytics make sure to accept it. So this will be the type number, and then we'll accept this live user as well. Let's save both this file, but inside the page view analytics where we hard coded the live user, now you can easily pass it. Perfect. And now if you see, we have currently one live user. Okay, because I am on that same page, right, where we are tracking, so that's why it's showing one live user. So that's how you have to track it. So if you have any question, let me know in the comment section, or you can ask any question and connect me on a Discord channel. Now let's push this code. So let's go to the source control, create a new branch, and the branch will be 12.track live user. Then make sure it's checked out, then stage all of this file. Here I will add commit message. Once you commit, push these changes, and simply inside your GitHub. So here we have, I think I am on different one. So let me search my project. Over here we have to create a pull request, create a pull request, and then once the pull request is created, now Coderabbit will take care of that to review your code. We are few chapters away finishing this beautiful SaaS application. Now in this chapter we are going to add a website setting feature where we are going to add a general and other type of setting. Over here under the general setting, we are going to show a script so that user can copy it anytime along with the domain in order to update it, and option to delete the website if user don't want his website to be tracked. Okay, then he has an option to delete that as well. And at the end we are going to push our code to the GitHub. So we already have the button to go to the setting. Just we need to create a new page. So we'll go back to our application. Inside this route, under the dashboard, website, and inside this website ID, we are going to create a setting page. Inside the settings page, we'll create a page.tsx file and then add a default template. And we'll rename this to settings, or we can say website setting, and then save it. Now make sure on the click of that setting button, it will navigate it. So over here we have the form input, and inside that form input we have this setting button, right? So I will make sure to wrap inside the link tag, then hrefs, and then provide a complete path. So we'll say dashboard slash website slash the website ID slash setting, and then save it. Now make sure to wrap your button inside this link tag and then save. Now once you added this route, simply click on this setting button and then it will navigate to this website setting. Perfect. Now let's go to this page.tsx file, and now we are going to add the UI for it. The very first thing I'm going to add is the button. Now this button will help us to go to the previous page. So I will add arrow left and we'll say back, something like this. See, after that we'll add an h2 tag and then we'll say settings for, and here we need to add a domain name. Okay, so for which domain this setting is for. Obviously it depends on the website ID. We need to get a website information along with the domain and everything. So first let's get the website ID. Even though you are inside this dynamic route, right? Obviously it's a dynamic nested route, you can still access this website ID using this use params. And then we'll create a method called get website detail, the arrow function, and inside that we'll say constant result is equal to await axios dot get slash API slash website, and then you need to pass a website ID is equal to website ID. And if you remember, we have one more parameter. So if I go to this website API endpoint, then inside this get method we are also accepting website only, right? So make sure to pass website only is equal to, I think we need to compare that with a true, so we'll say true. Okay, and then save it. Once that is done, let's console the result dot data, and here I will mark this as async. Now make sure once you pass the website ID and website only is a true, right? We need to handle both this situation. Currently when the website only is true, it fetch all the website, but we don't want. Okay, so in this case we'll just simply add an if condition. If website ID is also there, right, then we'll simply copy everything as it is, but along with this email ID we also need to add an condition. So I will add an condition, wrap it something like this, and then again another equal tag with website table dot website ID matches with the website ID, and then save it. So in this case it will fetch only one website information. You can obviously get the list, but in that list you will get only one, so make sure you will just return only one website information. Okay, now let's test this out. As we are using use param inside the page.tsx, so we have to mark this component or page on the client side. Now if I go to the inspect panel and inside the console and refresh the screen, okay, so we got these settings. I think we did not call this method yet, so we need to call this method inside the use effect. As soon as this component get load, right? So inside this we'll say get website detail, and now if you see we got called website and then it return only that website information. Perfect. Now let's save in a state. So we'll say website detail comma set website detail is equal to use state, and is type website type only. Over here we'll say set website detail with result dot data. Okay, and then save it. Now here you can replace this domain with an actual domain. So we'll say website detail dot domain dot replace slash http. So here we need to add https with an empty string and save it. Now if I go back, and here you will see now it's just printing a localhost 3000. So that's how you have to add it. Now let's apply some style. So over here we'll add a class name, font bold, text to 2XL, and margin top to let's say 3, and we can make it 4. Perfect. So that's how you have to call it. Next thing, we need to add a tab. So in order to add a tab, simply go to the shared CN. So I will go to the shared CN, and on the shared CN go to the component, search for the tab for the initial example. So copy this import statement and then copy this simple use case so that we can modify it, and then we want to simply change this. So over here we'll say general and then we'll say other. Just change this value as well, and the initial value will be the general and other is and this will be the other for the tab content, and save it. Now if I go back to our application, here you will see the general and other tab. Give some margin from the top. So here we say margin from the top, and then for this general content let's add a card. So we'll add a card. Inside the card we'll add a card header, and inside the card header we'll add a card title, and we'll name it as a script. Now simply we want to show a script inside the card content. Okay, now make sure to add a separator over here. So we'll add a separator and then save it. Now for the card content, right, we want to show the script. So we already have that example, so we can use that. So let's go to these components, maybe inside these components only, and we have this script one. So let's search inside the component, inside the new component and the script form. So basically you need to copy the script as it is, and I will paste it here. So maybe we need to update this script as per this one, right? So we already have the website ID, but we'll update with this website detail dot domain, and I think that's all we needed. Now once you have this script, obviously you can pass it, but just copy this syntax highlighter code as well. So let's copy this complete div and then paste it here. Make sure to import this syntax highlighter as well as this copy button, and we have on copy click. Also we need to import this style, and for on copy method let's copy this as it is, and make sure to import this toast as well and save it. Now if I go back, make sure it's showing on the screen. Perfect. Now if you see it's getting stretched, so maybe for this tab you need to give a little bit width, and then this is how it look like. Maybe here we can give margin top to let's say 10, so some space, and then we have this script information. Make sure to copy this text as well. So just after this I will paste this. So we have this copy and paste and other things. Now next section is to display the domain. So I will create another card, and inside the card we'll add a card header for that, then card title, and inside this we'll say domain. Then I'm going to add a card description and saying your main website domain for analytics tracking. And then we'll add a card content, and inside the card content we'll add an input field. Inside this input field, let's add a placeholder as website.com. Then we need to provide a value for it. Now for the value, you can save that in a state for the website name. So simply I'm going to add a constant website domain comma set website domain is equal to use state, and obviously it is of type string, but whenever we get the data, right, or maybe over here we can just set the website domain, or not the correct way, but here we can set the website domain as result.data.domain. So we can simply pass this value as a website domain. Now you can add on change method. Okay, so over here it will emit the value or emit the event, and then we'll set the website domain using e.target.value. So it will also update that, but make sure to add a button as well. But in order to add a button, let's add a div. Inside this div we'll add a h2 tag, and here we'll say your public web track id is, and then you need to add this website id, and after that I will also add this button to save it. Now let's make it flex and justify between, save it, and this is how it look like. Obviously for this h2 tag we'll give margin top to 2, and for this card I will add margin top to 6, so some space, and for this one we'll say margin bottom to 20, so you can scroll it easily. Okay, so that's how you have to add the script and domain under the general tab. In other section we are going to add an option to delete the website. Obviously user will delete the website, but before that he will get a confirmation, and then only we are going to delete it. So simply go back to your application inside the VS Code, and inside this other tab, right, where we have other, we are going to add a card. Inside the card we'll add a card header and then card title. Here we'll say danger, and then we'll add a card content. Inside that we'll write, do you want to delete this website from web track, and then we're gonna add a button to delete it, and we'll add a trash icon for it. Also we are going to make the button variant as a destructive. Once you add, this is how it look like. So I will add a class name with the text as white, and also for this card content we'll make it flex and then justify between, something like this. If you want, you can add a the separator over here. So, and we'll also give margin top to 3. Okay, now on the click of delete button we want to show an alert dialog. So from the shared CN, search for the component called alert dialog. So if I click on it, it will ask you something like this, right? So simply copy this example. So I will copy this import statement first. It's already installed, so you don't need to install it again. And this example. Now these particular things you need to add inside this card content. Now this alert dialog has a trigger. This trigger will actually open the content. So make sure to add your button inside this trigger and mark this as a child and then save it. Now if I go back to our application and click on delete, you will see we got this pop-up. Perfect. Now for this continue button, we'll add a variant. If it's not a actual button, we'll make this a button and then we'll say continue to delete, and then we'll add a variant as destructive. I think if we don't need this, so we can just remove that, and we can make a class name with a text white. Okay, and then on click of this one, we are going to add on click method and we'll say on delete website method. Now this on delete website method we are going to mention over here, and then we are going to write an API end call in order to delete that website. So simply go to this API website, and inside the route.tsx we are going to add a delete endpoint. Okay, so maybe you can add top only, that's completely fine. So here we say export async function, and then I will say delete. Here request next request, and you need to accept the body parameter. So in this case we'll say constant website id which you want to delete await request dot json, but make sure we'll also get a user information. So we'll say user is equal to await current user, just to make sure that you are trying to access your own website. Now in order to delete it, we'll say constant result is equal to await db dot delete, and then we need to provide a table name. So here we'll say website table dot where, and then inside this you can add two condition. So we added the AND operator and then equal to sign. Here we say website table dot website id should match with our website id, and the other condition is website table dot user email should match with the user dot primary email address dot email address, and then once it executed it will delete the record, and then inside the return you can simply add a next response dot json, and you can add a result, or not result, but you can say a message record deleted, and we'll keep this all the API call API response as simple as it is. Okay, once that is done, let's go back, and then simply you're gonna call a constant result is equal to await axios dot delete. So here you need to call a delete operation, and then we'll say slash API slash website, and inside the response you can add a website ID with a website ID which you want to delete it. I will mark this as async. Now you are getting this error because you need to add a data, and inside the data you need to pass this website ID and everything. Okay, then obviously we are already making fetching the website ID inside the backend side. Now next, once that is done, you can simply add a toast dot success message saying website deleted, and then make sure to redirect it to the dashboard screen. So in order to programmatically navigate, you need to define use router hook from the next/navigation, and then simply you can route it. So here we'll say router dot replace, and then we'll say /a dashboard and save it. Okay, so that's how we have to do it. Also make sure to add a loading state, so when it's deleting you can show some kind of loading effect, and initially it will be false, but once it started deleting, so you can set the loading true, and once it is done you can set the loading as a false. Now whenever there is a loading you can simply add a loading indicator. So over here we'll say loading. If it's true, then we can add a loader icon. Otherwise you can simply show this button in the form of string. And for this loader I will just add animate spin and save it. Also we'll disable this button when the loading is true and save it. Now if I go to this other, let me refresh the screen, and we'll delete some other website. So I will go to the dashboard first and the website which we are not using. For example, if you want to delete this website, go to the setting, click delete, and once you click continue to delete, say it's get deleted and that website is no longer visible. So that's how we have to add a delete functionality. If you have any question, any doubt regarding this, let me know in the comment section. Now once this is done, right, you can add more setting option inside this setting page. It's totally up to you, but we'll keep as simple as it is for this particular course. If you want to know more what are the other settings we can implement and how to implement, let me know in the comment as web track setting. Okay, and then we'll create a separate video for it. But for now, I hope you understand everything what we learned in this particular chapter. Let's push this all of the code into the GitHub so that Coderabbit will review our code. So we'll create a new branch and we'll name it 13 website settings. After that we'll add all of these changes. We will say website setting page, and then commit these changes, publish this code, and on your GitHub simply create the pull request. Once the pull request is created, wait to finish the Coderabbit review, and once that is done, then simply merge your code to the main branch. Now we are very interesting part of this particular project, where we are going to deploy our application in the production so that you can test it with the live websites. So in this chapter we are going to make our application ready for the deployment in the production. We have to make sure that our API endpoint will work on different domain. It means whatever script we are going to add in a different web application, right? Obviously whether it's a HTML, React, Angular, our API should work on that particular domain. So the course policy issue need to be fixed when we are calling our API from the cross origin platform. Then we have to deploy our app using an AI deploy platform called Kuberns, which I'm going to tell you in a moment. After that, we are going to test our application with a live project, and then we are going to push our code to the GitHub in order to review with a Coderabbit. Okay, so first thing first, let's make our app ready for the deployment. Now, very first thing that we need to do is to make sure our API /live and /track is publicly available, so that that particular API don't need an authentication. So simply go to the middleware file, and inside the middleware file you need to add /API/track and /API/live under the public route so that anyone can access it. Because if you remember, our script contain that particular endpoint. So if I go to our application, and this is the source and the domain, right? There we are making a call to the Analytical.js, and Analytical.js making a call to that /API/track and /API/live endpoint, right? So that's the reason. Next thing, we need to fix the course policy issue inside the track and the live. So I will go to the API, go to the track first inside the route. I already added the course policy code inside our eraser doc. So when you are making a cross origin platform API call, you need to add an option API endpoint. Okay, so first we'll add this header at the top. Okay, and then you need to add this endpoint for the options, and then in the post response we have to make sure our output contain the course header which we define over here. So if I go to the post API call at the bottom, you can simply replace this with the next response.json along with the message and the course header. That is very important. Same thing you have to do it inside the live. So go to the live. First we'll add this course header at the top. Let me remove this tag because when we are copying from the eraser doc, we have to make sure to remove that. Add an option API endpoint, and the last in the response, make sure to add a course header. So inside the response over here, because that's where we are passing it as a OK, you can use this. Okay, and inside the header as well, I think we can add over here. We are returning data as a result. I think we don't need to do anything. Okay, you can keep something like this, simple and clean, and then save it. So this will fix the course policy or cross origin platform issue. Okay, now once we deploy our application, then only we'll get a domain name because we are deploying on the random platform. But if you know the domain and everything, you can just update your domain inside your script. But currently we don't have. I will keep as it is, and once we get the domain and when it generates a free automatic domain, then simply we are going to paste it inside this script, and then we are going to push our new code. Now it is very important, even though your application is running smoothly on your local, it might not work properly in the production, and because of that, before deploying anything, just run a command npm run build, and it will give you some runtime errors or build time errors if there is any. Okay, and there is a big chance that you might get an error. Okay, but if not, then it's quite good, and in this case if you see, we did not get any error. Once that is done, we need to push our code whatever we build it. So I will create a new branch for it, and we'll say branch, create branch, and we'll give a name as deployment ready code. Then we'll stage all of this file, and we'll commit these changes. After that, publish this branch, and then I will go to our GitHub in order to create a pull request. Once the pull request is reviewed by the Coderabbit, then simply merge your pull request so your main branch will be updated with all the latest changes. Once that is done, then head to the Kuberns. Now Kuberns is a AI deployment platform where once you build a code, then Kuberns will deploy your code on the cloud, and which help you to bring your AWS cost by 40% with the help of that AI deploy management functionality, and that is what a Kuberns provide you. Not only that, but you can deploy on a Kuberns in just one click. Push your code, import your repo in one click. Even you can deploy your upload your project, and then you can just sit and watch. Here First, you can connect your repo, then AI build and deploy will take place, and then it will go in a live. There are many other brands using this Kuberns, and if you are using some infrastructure as a service platform, then you can bring your cost up to 40%. Or if you are using a platform as a services like Heroku, Vercel, or a renderer, then it make your cost very less, just 80%, less cost than any other platform. And that's why I am using Kuberns in many of my projects. It is secured and it supported by many different frameworks, languages, and many other database as well. Kuberns also provide a database too, and the interesting thing that their server location available around the world, so it is very fast. Okay, so simply click the link in the description and then you will jump on to this Kuberns website. Here you can even join it by adding a $7 credit and you will get 2 months of credit for free. I will put the link in the description with all offers and the detail. Simply click on deploy with AI. Make sure to log in with your Gmail or GitHub account, and once you log in to the Kuberns, you will jump onto this project page. You have option to create a new project. Okay, once you click on new project, give the project name. So here I will give the project name, and then it created a brand new project. Here select your organization. If your GitHub account is not connected, make sure to connect your GitHub account. It will auto populate your GitHub name, okay, or username. Then you have option to select a repo from here. Obviously we just created this web track project with the updated data. Make sure to select that. Here you will find a branch. Obviously there are different branch option which you can deploy. You can even deploy a specific branch, or if you want to deploy a complete main branch, you have option to select that main branch as well. Then what this service calls, so we can call it as web track, where it should be hosted. Now you got an option to host. Obviously select the nearby location, so I will select this USA because which is the nearest to me. You can select a pricing plan. Anytime you have option to upgrade to the higher plan, okay, because Kuberns is a scalable platform. You can scale, depends on your project size, your traffic and everything. Then you can add this environment variable over here, just copy paste it, or you can just upload .env file as well. Simply for that one you have to go to this .env, and from the .env you can copy this key and variable and the respective value, or you can simply upload the .env file. And here I uploaded all of this environment key and their value, and simply say save and close. So if you see, it shows that how many environment variable is available, and that's all you need to do. Simply click deploy option, and then Kuberns now will take care of your deployment. Kuberns also make sure that all the dependencies will install with all the updated version. And now if you see, our backend service started deploying. If you get any error, anything like that, you will find under this log, and just make sure to fix it. And if you see, within just few seconds our application is deployed successfully. Now we just need to wait in order to set up our dashboard to monitor an AI deployment. Kuberns help us to monitor each and every detail. And boom, if you see, our application is live on Kuberns platform. Over here you will see the resources along with the how much RAM it used, how much storage it took. On the right hand side we have and all of these metrics. Pretty cool, right? Now over here you will see a deployment URL. Just click on it and you will see our application is now running on this particular domain. But everything will work smoothly as it is. You can simply log into your account and then your application is running as expected. Pretty cool, right? Now once you have this domain ready, right, this domain we need to add inside our project. Now this is our public host URL, so I will update with our actual public host URL because with a live URL, but on local you can keep as it is. Remember to update inside your environments. So if in order to upload or update your environments, simply go to this environment tab, and here if you scroll down you will see an option. Just paste it there and then save it. Once you save, you can simply redeploy your application. But before that, we need to update some of the environment keys, not environment, but some of the path inside your application. So very first thing, go to the analytics.js file. So inside this public folder, we have this analytic.js. The complete code of this analytic.js you will find in the source code as well as on my eraser doc. Okay. Now over here at the each API endpoint, add this host name, okay, which is our actual domain, and I will update it everywhere. In your case, currently it might showing with a local host, but now we need to update with an actual domain name, and make sure to update it for live as well. Once that is updated, make sure to save it, and I will test this out. So if I go to this localhost and refresh it, over here in the inside the source, make sure it is updated with an actual domain. So obviously it's showing local one because our environment variable key is a localhost 3000, so that's the reason. But later on, once you deploy these changes, it will update automatically. Now this analytic.js, make sure to stage this file. Here we'll say update changes for deployment, commit this and sync these changes. Now you are syncing with on a same branch. So in order to create the pull request, you need to go to this web track, and obviously it will not raise because this is the existing branch. So you have to go to the pull request, click on new pull request, and here you will see for this branch you just updated the code. Just click on it and then create the pull request. Here you will see all of these changes. Okay, now I will create the pull request, click on create pull request, and now we don't have any conflict. So I will merge this code into the main branch, and once it is merged, you will find here just now we merged, right, with inside the analytic.js, which is inside the public folder. And once you deploy it, Kuberns will automatically trigger the deployment. And here if you see, the build log is now started with this all new changes. Pretty cool, right? Now just sit and relax, and then Kuber will notify you that your updated changes is ready. Once our application and all the updated changes is ready, you can simply visit our application, click get started, and let's add a new website. Now I already running this codebox.togoji.com on the production side. Now the tutorial for this particular project is already available on my channel, so just go ahead and visit. This is the platform where you can learn a live coding in the form of games. So there are a bunch of different programming language you will find, and they are pretty interesting project that you can build it. Now for this one, I want to track this particular project using our web track application. So I will click on this plus website, then we'll add this domain. You don't need to add this HTTP, so I will remove it. You can select the time zone and simply click add website. Once you added this website, you will find this script along with the data domain and the source domain. Simply copy this everything as it is, and then go to your VS Code where you have this code box project. Now inside that, I'm using a Next.js React project, so simply go to the layout. Under this HTML head tag, I will paste this code and then save it, and that's done. Now obviously I'm going to update this code in the production, so I will push these changes. I will add a commit message saying web track script added, then we'll push these changes Obviously I have to push with this command. Once you push that code, just wait to finish the deployment for your other website, and then as soon as user try to access this codebox.tubegurji.com or your website, then you will see the visitors and all the details. Now I'm just opening this website after deployment, and then click enter. And then once you click enter, our application or this application already sent the live tracking along with all the details. And if you see, now our application is sending and receiving some data. Here we have 3 visitors with a total page view, active time and everything. Now at the different tab I also open this so that we can even track whether the user is live or not, and boom, here we go. Currently we have one tab open, that's why it's showing one live user along with the source, referral. The city is not receiving, maybe there is some issue that will fix it in the source code, and I will let you know where to fix. And currently I'm accessing from my Mac OS, so it's also giving me that data, and all of this detail we are getting. Now currently just I am testing this, so we have very limited data, but once other users start testing, we will get much better data. Let me show you a different data where I also tested with a different domain, which is an AI website generator .tubegurji.com. Here if you see, there are 10 visitors with a 18 pages. Okay, the active time, currently there are 2 live users, so that's good. If you see the source, right, so 5 users will be received from the YouTube, 1 from the Google, and 1 is a direct. Here we have the different referral as well. Then the city and everything. Over here you will find a device, whether which device they are using, the operating system as well, and the browser type as well. Everything we received perfectly, and at each time you will see the data as well. So that's how guys we need to track, and that's how easily we implemented. If you have any question, any doubt until this point, let me know in the comment section. So after deploying our application into the production, there are some few cases that we need to update. As we deploy our application in the production, when we are getting the IP address, we got an IP address something like this, which is 10.0.0.2. That's because it returned the server IP address and not the user address. We deployed on a Kuberns. Even though if you deploy on a Vercel, you will get similar kind of IP address. The question is how to get it. So it's very straightforward. Simply go back to your application, and here currently we are using this X forward for. But if you're deployed on a Kubernetes or a Vercel, you have to change that. Depends on which platform you are deploying, right? So I already added a code snippet. So this is the get client IP code, okay, which will give you the actual server forwarded IP address. Okay, so I'm going to paste it here, something like this. Okay, and once you paste it, you will see the IP address based on your server, and also I'm going to use this code to replace with the existing one. Okay, so I will replace this code something like this, and then save it. Now once you save, it will make sure that the IP address, if it start with a 10 or start with 192.168 means local one, then it will not return anything. Okay, otherwise it will give you the exact location based on the IP address, and that's how it is. So make sure to you will add this change, and make sure to push your changes to the production as well. So we are on the last chapter of this particular course, where we are going to convert our project into a SaaS application. In order to make this as a SaaS application, we need a way to get money from the user, and that's where the payment gateway using the monthly subscription pricing model we are going to implement. And we are taking help of Clerk. Clerk provide a billing feature will help us to integrate this payment gateway within just one line of code. Simply click the link in the description, and then you will jump onto this Clerk billing feature. Inside the clerk billing, you can modify, add your own plan, add your own plan feature and many other things, and you can control everything like a click. So simply click the link in the description, then just go to the dashboard and make sure to select your project. Once you select the project, go to the configure, and inside that you will find an billing option. Click on setting. Inside here you can enable the user pricing and make sure to save it. Once you enable, you have option to create a plan, or you can go to the subscription plan, and here you will find a free plan, but you can create your own plan as well. So here we'll say monthly. Now you can add a description if you want. You can provide a base price. Okay, so in this case I will add, let's say 599. Okay, let's make it 599. Now you can even give annual discount. If user buy annually, then it will be just 499 per month. The new and latest feature they added called free trial. You can even give option to the free trial. Let's say if user want to try for 2 days, just click 2 day as a free trial, and then they can charge it after the free trial ends automatically. You don't need to worry about that. Once that is done, you can add more feature. So simply we can say a name, will say multiple website. You can add a description if you want. So here we'll say track multiple website. Then 1 million session tracking. Then create this feature. Then we'll say priority support, and like that you can add as many feature you want. Okay, once that is done, simply save it, and then once you save, let's go back, and here you will see the second plan we just created. Inside the free plan, obviously we don't have any features, so we'll add a limited feature list. So here we'll say one website tracking, then we'll say 10K monthly session, and then we'll say email support only, and then create feature. Once that is done, for the free trial as well, we added this feature, and here you will see a free and monthly plan. Right now we have 2 plans, but you can create as many plans you want. Once that is done, click on this read billing guide or click the link in the description so that you will jump onto this documentation. Over here, click on this billing for C2C SaaS, and here it will show you how to enable this billing. Obviously we enable, but how to integrate, that is very important part. Simply inside your project, you can just add this pricing table. So first thing, I will create a new route, but before that we need our add this pricing section button. So I will go to the component inside the app header. If you remember, we have this user button, right? Simply I will wrap inside the div, and then after this user button I will add an icon. We'll say $, maybe you can add it inside the button, and here I will add a variant as ghost. Now on the click of it, we want to navigate, so I will put it inside the link tag with the hrefs, and we'll say dashboard/pricing, and then close this tag, and then simply save it. Now we need to create a new route under the dashboard, or you can even create inside the pricing only. It's totally up to you. So let's create under the dashboard, and we can call it as a pricing page. Inside the pricing, let's add a page.tsx file, add a default template, and here we'll say pricing. Now over here you simply need to add this pricing table, something like this. So I will just import that, and make sure to import this pricing table from the clerk/next. Once that is done, you can go to your dashboard page, and here we have button, but let's align it. So for this div, make it flex, item to be in the center and gap to true. Now if I click on this, it will navigate to the pricing table, and boom, if you see, we have two pricing table as well on this pricing page. Also make sure to align it, so we'll say margin top to, let's say 7. Just before that, inside the h2 tag, we'll say pricing, select best plan for your website. Okay, you can write something like, and inside this class name, we'll say font bold, text 3XL, and then margin bottom to 5. Maybe we can add this to the h2. Perfect. If you want to make it in the center, you can add it in the center, but let's keep as it is. And now if you see, we have option to start with a 2-day free trial. Okay, now once you click on this 2-day free trial, obviously it will ask you to make a payment inside your application. It will not redirect you to any third party URL, and just add the card details, everything, and then you can simply start the free trial. But before that, now as you know that we have free and monthly trial, we are going to add some condition while creating the website. Right now, it is very important to check whether user already have pay or is a paid user or not. Right, so from the documentation, you will see it has a method called has premium access or not. Right, and from that one you can easily get to know whether user has a paid user or not. So I will simply copy that, and then we'll go to the app header, not app header, but let's go to the page where we just had a new option. So inside this new, inside the page.tsx, or maybe inside this website form. Now once user click, right, submit it on form submit, we'll check first whether user is a paid user or not. Okay, or maybe simply we can do it on backend side as well. Okay, so I'm going to create inside this API website. So let's go to the website. Let me go to the website API endpoint, and here we have a post API call. Now over here we can check if user have already one website created or not. If he is a free user, if it's paid user, then user can create as many as they want. So in order to check it, right, you need to add this particular condition. So if I add it, make sure to add this has. Now this has you need to import first. So simply write has is equal to auth. Now this auth you need to import from the clerk Next.js server. So I don't think so is get imported. It is imported. Maybe we need to call await before this, or you can simply ignore this error. Okay, and then save it. Now we need to check whether the obviously here we need to provide a plan ID. Now you will get this plan ID inside this clerk. Go to the subscription plan, click on your plan, and then once it click, you will see this key. This key is nothing but the plan ID. Okay, and here we'll say has premium access. You can change the constant name if you want. So simply at the top, I will check if user is free, then allow only one website to create. Now inside that, we'll simply add a condition if not premium access. Then obviously we need to write a condition. So we'll say constant result is equal to await db.select from website table dot where, and if you remember, I already have this condition which I'm going to copy. So depends on the user email, we'll check how many website user created. If result dot length is greater than 0 means user already have more than, or not more than, but at least one. Then you just return next response.json and we'll say limit exceed. Okay, something like this. Or you can say inside the message limit. Okay, you don't want to provide a more complicated, just say limit, otherwise nothing will happen. Now where inside the website form, when you make this call, right, you can check if result dot data dot message is equal to limit, then we'll return nothing, but here we're gonna show a toast message with an error, limit exceed join monthly plan, something like this. And I think that's all we needed, and save it. Okay, now let's test this out. So I will go to our dashboard. Over here, if I click on website, and here I'm going to add one website.com, select the time zone, and then we'll say add website. And if you see, it's saying website already exists. Okay, in this case the website is already exist because that is a different error we are getting. So we are getting error at has. So if I put it like this inside the curly braces, then I think it will work. And if you see, now you don't need to add that ignore condition, and it's worked perfectly fine. Now let's test this again. Now I will add this website, and it's saying limit access join monthly plan. Okay, now make sure at this place you will stop the loading to false and then save it. Perfect, right? So that's how you have to update. Now let's join the monthly membership. So I click on this button and then I will start 2-day free trial. Now you are on the development mode, so you can test this with a test card. So click on the pay with a test card, and now you will see that you are on the free trial, but you join this monthly. Okay, perfect. Now if I go back to the dashboard and let's go back and try to add a new website. Let's say tubeguruji-pro.com with some time zone, add website. Then it allow me to add website, and then we got the data because now I joined a pro membership. Okay, so that's how, guys, you have to add the feature where user can add multiple website and limit for the free user, and which make your application a completely SaaS production ready project. If you have any question, any doubt regarding Clerk billing, let me know in the comment section. Obviously Clerk will give you the best feature which help us to save you a lot of time integrating the payment gateway. So give a try. The link is in the description. And if you have any question, you can ask me on my Discord channel as well.